Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the subcommittee. Good morning. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. I'm joined this morning by Leah McKenna, who is the Administrator of our Solid Waste Management Bureau. And we're pleased to be before you this morning to give you a brief update of where we're at in our solid waste rulemaking process, particularly with respect to Chapter 800 regarding landfill requirements. As you indicated, Mr. Chair, as we discussed at our last meeting on December 5th, DES sent out a draft of Chapter 800 for informal comment on October 18th of last year. And then we took comment into November. And we received a lot of feedback during that 3-week comment period, and we made adjustments to the draft based on comments that we received. A few of those, there's a number of those, but a few of those just to highlight, there was some language regarding siting and monitoring wells, and we received some input from the public on that, and we made some adjustments with respect to that to make it explicitly clear that they were based on the needs to adequately monitor the landfill and the associated infrastructure around the landfill. We also made an adjustment that made it clear that unlined landfills could not be used even for construction and demolition debris, that if a C&D specific landfill were cited, it would need to have a liner. And then we also added some quality assurance and quality control requirements with regard to geosynthetics, because the previous rule made reference to geomembranes, which is only one class of geosynthetics. So we made it clear that there needed to be specific QA and QC monitoring requirements with respect to all geosynthetics that are used in landfill construction. With that, we did indeed meet with the Waste Management Council at their monthly meeting on January 18th, and we presented this set of rules to them. We had a very robust session where we fielded a number of questions from the counselors, and we did our best to answer their questions. I will note, too, that in this interim period, we've also been approached, once that draft was released to the public, we've been approached by a number of members of the regulated community and have met with them at their request to address their concerns and comments. And some of those concerns and comments that we heard surprised us a little. They were relative to siting requirements and the impact of those on facility expansion and facility siting, and about the practicability of those and what that might do to the universe of sites that maybe could be used to site a landfill or to expand an existing landfill. There were significant concerns expressed about the constructability of some of the design and construction changes that we were proposing, and whether they were even just feasible to construct or even advisable, and whether they provided a measure of added protection that was worth the risk of actually having difficulty constructing them in the field. There were also some concerns expressed about both short and long-term financial impact of some of the provisions, some of which were suggested to be very significant on a level that would threaten the operation or at least, at the very least, the affordability of tipping fees that might be associated with landfilling. And so we've been listening to those, and we continue to review that. Some of those are aligned with what we heard at the council, at the Waste Management Council. A number of them are. And so we anticipate that we're going to be modifying the draft to try to address some of those concerns. And what we've suggested is that the Waste Council, which is scheduled to have its next monthly meeting on February 15th, that we would come before the council at that meeting to not do a full sort of proposal or presentation on the whole rules, but maybe to focus and talk about changes that we made since the 18th of January. So we expect that'll be an important time with the council. And then following that, in order to stay on schedule, we anticipate that we would then be filing the initial proposal for the rules, which of course kicks off the formal rulemaking process by the end of February, to keep us on schedule for going through that process to get to a final proposal before July 1. And I would remind everyone that, again, all of this is sort of extracurricular, if you will. It's no less important because of the result of that, but none of this process, other than us going before the council, is necessarily required. But I think it's been a very important process. We're really glad that we have engaged the public on this as we worked on these very important rules. And once we file our initial proposal, then of course the formal process, which is set out in the law, will be that we will schedule a public hearing for those rules. And then typically that would be followed by a 3 or 4 week public comment period. So folks will have an opportunity to provide oral comments or submit written testimony at the public hearing. And then there'll be an opportunity for further written comments to be submitted during that comment period. And then once that is all received, we would review all that, make any changes that we thought were appropriate based on the comments received, and then proceed to a final proposal probably around May or early June. So that's a nutshell of where we're at with respect to this rulemaking, and we're happy to entertain questions that you might have.
Just what's been the flavor of the comments you've gotten back in terms of who is responding? Is it mostly corporate? Is it private citizens? Is it NGOs, nonprofits?
Well,
Who's been engaged?
sure. In the early going, during these, going all the way back to March, we've had a listening session in March, and then another one in August followed by a comment period, and then this one in October into November. That's been a broad mix of both the regulated community and the public at large, and legislators. But since we presented our draft proposal to the council on January 18th, most of the feedback we've been hearing has come from the regulated community, which, obviously is in a position to look at these and really understand specifically with those in hand, understand how they might impact their facility or their plans to expand their facility, and put that in the context of the existing facility to see how it might change their operations, their plans for the future, or their costs for operating. So we've been hearing from those folks primarily since January 18th.
Okay, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. When you say regulatory committee, are you talking state, federal? Are you talking a mixture of both?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. When I say the regulated community, I'm not regulatory, but regulated community. That's the industry. That's the landfill operators, the waste management companies. Sure.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here, and thank you for taking my question. And it's related to this kind of, thinking about how the draft changes and the different iterations, and trying to understand why changes are made. And I admit I get a little nervous when I get the sense that the regulated community has what seems to be kind of privileged access to shaping that process, or at least has more weight in the development of those policies than people who are affected in the community, who aren't part of these regulated entities. But so one of the things I'm hoping is eventually, when the next draft kind of comes through, if there's a way ultimately we could have some type of tracked changes, or if we could have some type of detailed discussion about what has changed and why. And one example I'll give, which I wanted to ask about this morning, has to do with changes between the October draft and the January draft regarding the hydraulic conductivity. Mm-hmm. So that I see that there has been a new the insertion of a reference to hydraulic conductivity in 804, I believe it's 80402, if I have that correct. 80402C, I think. And that's new, right? And that refers specifically to undisturbed in situ sites, right? So you're talking about what the conditions have to be of the site before any preparation work is done. Mm-hmm. So I appreciate that something has been inserted there, even though I have a question about that. I see between the October draft and the January draft, in section 80503, the existing rules right now have a hydraulic conductivity rate of 1 × 10⁻⁴. Mm-hmm. The October draft enhanced that protection to 1 × 10⁻⁵. The most recent draft changed that back to 1 times 10 to the negative fourth. And this is where my concern about the regulated community and their ability to shape the process comes in. So we had a strengthening of 10 times of that hydraulic conductivity rate in 805, right after the site has been prepared. And then it was taken back to 1 times 10 to the negative fourth. So could you share with us kind of how that process happened? Because it seemed to me that we were moving in a more protective direction. 1 times 10 to the negative fifth is main standard, as I understand it. And then between October and January, where there has been discussions, as you said, with kind of regulated groups, it has now been taken back to 1 times 10 to the negative fourth. That's a weakening by 10 times. So could you kind of talk us through, what kind of input that you got that led you to decide that it wasn't worth strengthening the standard?
Sure. So I think this is a complex area that we're still hearing a lot about this. And I think a lot of it goes to the issue of the heterogeneity of the geology in New Hampshire. There's a concern, the regulated community is, they're regulated. So they read rules very carefully, and they understand that they're going to be held to those rules. So they tend to kind of look at it and say, okay, in the worst case scenario, how could this upset my situation, my facility? And they've looked at their existing facilities and expressed concerns that, maybe the overarching soil quality, if you look at it on a macro scale, would meet that standard. But they know that there may be places within the formation where if they drill a well in one location and do a hydraulic conductivity test, it's not going to meet that standard. And so they've expressed concerns about that. And we're struggling with that right now. We're trying to look at that and figure out how to write the rule and how to, and essentially what I would say is what we're trying to do, our goal all along here has been to develop rules that are protective of human health and the environment, while ensuring that facilities, that can provide adequate, needed, and affordable waste management services and capacity for the state's waste can actually be sited, constructed, and operated, right? And that's a delicate balance, right? Because if it would be easy to say, well, the soils have to all be clay. But then the reality is we don't have places like that. And if we did, they might not be geotechnically suitable to site and construct a landfill. Or we could say, we're not going to worry about it. And then you'd have something that's maybe sited on, a very permeable material with a lot of cobbles and void spaces that would move contaminants very quickly. So we have to figure out where in the middle of that gives us the level of protection that we really want and desire, while also not eliminating all the sites or creating a situation where the way we write the rule makes it really uncertain about whether a facility can demonstrate that compliance with the rule. So this is an area that still is in play here, I think, and we're working on. I will tell you, in the industry, read these rules and felt like we were trying to put them out of business. And then the public or other members who are concerned more about the protective side look at it and say, well, the agency's just meeting with the regulated community and going to give them whatever they want. So we're in the middle of that. And what we're trying to do is make sure that what I just said to you is really what we're trying to do. I've told that to the industry because they looked at these rules and said, well, you're just trying to eliminate all of our facilities. Because what they said is that none of the facilities we're operating right now would ever be cited if these rules were in place. And if these rules were in place, none of our facilities would be able to be expanded. So we took that seriously because we have an overarching role here to make sure the statute tells us we're to implement a solid waste management program that provides for safe and adequate capacity to manage waste in the state. So we're just trying to balance all that. And candidly, that's a really difficult thing right now. In these areas about the subgrade and the in situ soils conductivity, we're really still, that's very much something we're still working on. But that's what has brought us to that, right? To be honest with you, that was a surprise. We did not think we were going to hear that. And so we're evaluating that information and trying to figure out what is a way to craft this rule so that we really do provide that level of protection, that we don't have facilities sited on really inappropriate sites that are too conductive, but also leave enough availability of sites in the state to have adequate capacity now and into the future.
So at some point, could we get some information regarding, is it true that none of our landfills would be able to meet that requirement of 10 to the negative fifth? And, you know, what evidence has there been presented? That's what I'm wondering is like, how do we know that that's true? I understand that they told you that, but how do we, and I understand that you were doing your due diligence. I'm not questioning that, but I'm wondering kind of how we know that. Is our hydrogeology so vastly different, for example, from Maine, that they can cite at 10 to the negative fifth and we can't? And also, do all of our landfills currently, would they all fail 10 to the negative fifth?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of information about these facilities, and as we learn these concerns, we're looking back through our records to understand that. Um, I will tell you, I don't really want to debate Maine because I don't know enough about their rules necessarily to do that effectively, and they're a sister state, and I don't want to speak, but I would seriously doubt that the landfills sited and operated in Maine right now meet a 10 to the minus fifth standard. I think that's very unlikely.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I just wanted to go back to what you were saying about meeting with, I don't know, stakeholders or whatever during this time. The public comment is not open, correct?
Right, we have not sought out any of these meetings. Members of the regulated community have requested to meet with us to express their concerns. And as we do with any member who does, any member of the public that does that, we've granted them a meeting and we've talked to them.
Okay, so, but these are like ex parte meetings where, in a sense, an industry, while you're working on rules, could, I mean, I'd like to know exactly who you've had these meetings with.
Sure.
I'd like a list of everybody that's come and had meetings with you when we're underneath writing rules, and these rules can affect these industries. So, to me, just to go back, piggyback on Representative Germana, I don't understand how we have something that's protective and then we dial it back. This is not the only section in here from October to January where you've weakened things. So the October 23 draft, for example, it had in here a 24-year-old federal law that you guys were alerted to. It was line F on page 6 at the bottom. Now it's completely removed. You completely remove new MSWLFs subject to the requirements of section 503 of the Wendell H. Ford Aviation Investment Reform. It's completely gone. And it says here, shall not be sited within 6 miles of certain smaller public airports, So that's federal law that's now been taken out. Like, I don't understand why we're dialing things back. And
Yeah,
then you tell us that you're having ex parte meetings when there's no public comment.
Okay, yeah, so there's a lot to unpack there. So the first issue about the aviation rule, and I don't remember exactly how it worked, but that is still in place. When we write rules, there are ways that certain provisions of existing state law or state rules or federal law or rules are invoked, and I can assure you that still applies. It's just the fact that it may have been taken out of a section or referenced in a different way doesn't mean that we're not observing that. So, and if you want details on that, I'm not prepared to give them to you right now, but I can get those for you. With respect to meetings that we've had, that is any member of the public who wishes to meet with us about the rules can request a meeting. And these folks have done that. To answer your question, the owners and operators of 3 landfill facilities have requested to meet with us. The Turnkey facility that's operated by Waste Management, the Bethlehem facility that's operated by Casella, and the Androscoggin Valley Regional Refuge Disposal District facility, Mount Carberry, in Success, New Hampshire. All of those members of the regulated community have requested to meet with us and have expressed concerns about a number of the provisions of the rules. And I will say that, you know, over the years, as we regulate we have a lot of different regulated communities. And when we do rules, we do talk with them, and we need to, because I can assure you, if we didn't talk with them about the rules, we would make huge mistakes in our rulemaking, and there are examples of that. And when we don't speak with them and we plow ahead with something we think is absolutely fine and appropriate, we often learn it has unintended consequences or impacts that we could not foresee. And so it's both appropriate and helpful for us to speak with the regulated community when we were working on rules, particularly rule sets that are as complex as these rules and have, you know, there's a lot of moving parts to how these rules are implemented. And even with we have excellent engineers who do such great work and they've worked really hard on these rules, but they're not in a position to anticipate every impact of every rule that they propose. And that's why we need to hear from the regulated community about that.
So to be clear, have you denied a meeting with anyone else that has come to,
Of course
Want
not.
to talk
No,
to
we
you.
would never do that.
so you have met with everyone that asked for a meeting?
Anyone who's asked to meet with us about the rules, we've granted them a meeting.
Okay, thanks. Representative Haskins.
Thank you. And thank you for taking my question. So your job is a difficult one. As you say, you're kind of in the middle.
Mhm.
And our job, I think, as I understand it, is clear that we have to represent the public.
Mhm.
We recognize that we want industry in our state. We want the needs of the public to be met by the industries that provide that. But I'm not a scientist, so I can't debate the conductivity of the soil with you. But I do recognize that we're getting an application for a new landfill
Mhm.
that hasn't been done in, I don't know, 30 years, long time.
Mhm.
And that industry has not millions, but $1 billion to put behind the advocacy that they're making. And so from my point of view, I want to be sure that as I represent the citizens, that we're giving the kind of advocacy that they expect, and that the industry, which has those hired guns, if you will, to come before you and make their case, don't outweigh the protection of the public that I'm supposed to be serving. So that's my dilemma. And I think what Representative Germana highlighted is the kind of thing that makes me nervous. If we're going backwards in protection, then I don't feel like we're doing our job or I'm doing my job. So, we need this independent entity, this person who's not a consultant for the industry, to weigh in on these hydrological numbers so that we can have the confidence as we represent the public that there shouldn't be another side. I mean, we should all be on the same side, but that, again, since protection, I believe in representing the public is my goal, that we have the kind of information that we can then have that fair conversation about the 10 times backwards for protection. So that's what concerns me, and I don't have an answer to it, but I do think that I would be more confident if we had that independent entity that was not consulting for the industry, and maybe meet with that person and have that conversation. Although not a scientist, I think I could, keep up fairly well because they represent the new information that we have. We know so much more now. And I want to make sure that that knowledge is into the rulemaking by those that don't have a vested interest. Thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the questions I have, as I mentioned before, I like the fact that you've put in specific hydraulic conductivity of the undisturbed site. So that seems to me a really sensible and I think good protective measure, in addition to then a stricter conductivity requirement when it comes to the site once it's been developed. So could you talk a little bit about how you determine what that criterion is for the undisturbed site? Just because this is a new part of the rules, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not in that criterion is not in current rules. So it is new, if I'm not mistaken. But could you talk to me about how it's determined what, say, the undisturbed criterion is? Yeah, how that's arrived at?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a balancing act in the sense that, you know, ideally, to be as protective as possible, we want the least conductive soils. But then, and so we would go to presumably somewhere where the soils were the least conductive, but still geotechnically capable of supporting a landfill. That's probably at a place where we wouldn't have sites that would meet those criteria. So we arrived in our proposal at 10 to the -3. That in very broad terms, if you go to a hydrogeology textbook, that represents sort of the average hydraulic conductivity of a fine sand, all right, which clearly would be geotechnically stable, but would also, you know, not be as conductive as a coarse sand or a sand with, or a material with much larger aggregates in it. So what we are hearing is that while that may be indeed the conditions we have under portions of a lot of our landfills, it's by no means uniform. It's not there in that condition everywhere you look under the landfill, everywhere in the formation. And so the concerns that have been expressed had been, well, you know, we're not sure we can meet that. And what happens if we go in and we do 10 borings and one of the borings, 9 of them meet the standard, but one of them doesn't meet the standard. It's more like a coarse sand. And does that mean that the whole site is off? And that's what we're hearing from folks who are concerned about the proposed rule. So as I said, that's something we're still considering. We're trying to sort out how we can craft that rule to ensure that we still bias the system towards very, you know, less conductive soils, while not eliminating so much of potential available land. And one of the candid problems here is that the practical aspects of siting a landfill are that typically they tend to get sited in the past in old played out gravel pit areas. So that you've got areas, and there are a lot of reasons for that. One is that it takes a lot of aggregate to build and operate a landfill. So every day that a landfill's operating, there's daily cover that's needed. There's construction that's going on in the cell. So having sand and gravel deposits nearby are helpful for, you know, operating a landfill, making it practicable. Otherwise, you've got massive amounts of truck traffic hauling in aggregate from elsewhere. Whereas most landfill operators, you know, most landfills we have, that operation is happening on the site. So that's a practical consideration. The other issue is that in these old played out pits, typically maybe more coarse materials have been mined, and there are finer materials beneath them that were either not economically attractive to mine, and so the pit stops operating, or you know, obviously when in the worst case scenario, a pit gets mined down to the groundwater table, right, and then they stop then. So there are a lot of practical reasons why landfills are sited in those kinds of settings, but those have, you know, considerations too. They may well be located near surface waters. They may be located near more porous materials. So it's really a balancing act of trying to figure out what are these appropriate sites. And also, that is, we're going to site a landfill. It can't be on a 2-acre site, right? It's got to be a fairly big site. We're in our state has seen development over the years, so there are fewer and fewer large parcels of land that might be good candidates for landfill construction, siting, or expansion. So there's all that gets factored in there. So it's a difficult dance to try to figure out how do we make sure that any expansions or new sightings of landfills are sited on relatively low conductivity soils while still making available some portfolio of sites that could be used for that into the future. Because we look at that and understand that landfilling, although we'd like to see it be a less prominent role in our overall integrated system of solid waste management, for a number of ways, it's likely to still be the technology that's used for decades ahead. And we need to make sure that we're not creating a rule structure or a real paradigm that makes it impossible to cite those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So if I'm hearing you correctly, what you are hearing from the regulated community is a concern potentially about a single potential data point among a group that may or may not be considered a statistical outlier in a group of other data. Is that what I'm understanding?
That was part of their expressed concerns. That's right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think something that was said is sticking in my craw, and that is, I think the applicant should have to prove when they say they couldn't cite a landfill with that rule. I would like to see the evidence. I would think this committee should see the evidence in print that they can prove that with the numbers that we had previously, that a landfill could not be cited. Thank you.
So that makes sense to me. And, but I wanted to clarify something that so we started with one number. I think it was 10 to minus 3, and then we went to 10 to the minus 5. But we started with 10 to minus 3 in the old rules. Can you explain how we got to 10 to minus 3?
I'm going to ask Jamie Colby is a student of
Okay,
these
she's
rules.
chomping at the bit there to
Yeah, absolutely.
put me
she's
back in my
saying, if
place,
my
which is
director
fine.
would just sit down and let me talk.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jamie Colby. I'm Supervisor of Engineering Permitting in the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. With regards to the hydraulic conductivity, just be cautious. There's a little bit of it sounds to me like we're conflating the siting requirements with the design requirements. 804 is about landfill siting, and that's where you see the 10 to the minus 3. 805 is about landfill design, and that's where you see the 10 to the minus 4 or 10 to the minus 5. So the 10 to the minus 4 or the 10 to the minus 5 would be material that they bring in to build a stable foundation layer on top of the in situ soils. The 10 to the minus 3 is what's there naturally, what is in situ when you go to choose a site.
Great.
So just be a little cautious on that.
Talking to someone that actually knows is helpful. So thank you. Yes, Representative Potenza.
So just a couple statements. First, 80%, 86% of the state's underlay is clay. So I just wanted that to be clear based upon some other comments that was talked about. But Mount Carberry right now, as I know, passes actually every test in any draft of the rules that are for Maine. And 10 to the minus 3 criteria for the natural site actually is 100 times weaker than Maine currently. So I think that's really important. Since we're taking more than 50% of out-of-state trash, why do we want to be the state that is weaker, that has less restrictions than all of the other surrounding ones, when we would like to not be 50% of out-of-state trash here? And I want to go back to, I would like a tracked version of all of the private meetings that have taken place while this whole process has been going on. So that in the essence of transparency, that the agency puts that out, all of the private meetings. We haven't had a landfill application in 30 years, and we're working on rules. And if we're writing rules that could help someone that wants to build a landfill, it just seems a little ridiculous.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So to come back, and I appreciate the clarification. Thank you very much about I, as a totally, not a scientist, and that's an gross understatement, trying to understand the process, thinking about the undisturbed site. So this is the site as you find it, right? And then the prepared or engineered site. And in the current draft, 1 times 10 to the negative third for the undisturbed site as you find it. Right, and 1 times 10 to the negative fourth for the engineered site, right? And there's, again, the October draft had that at 10 to the negative fifth, and it's been brought back. So my question also has to do with, and this is a genuine question based on lack of understanding of a lot of these things, why we wouldn't want the natural site to be, say, 10 to the negative fourth, because it would seem to me that if we're talking about these landfills, which we have to have and we have to site properly, that we should only be looking for the safest sites in the state to do that. So this idea that it's going to be 10 to the negative third, but we're going to bring it up through engineering also kind of raises questions to me about what happens if we have leaks or if we have malfunctions. There's some type of malfunction in the engineering work that's done. But if we're talking about the sites where we're going to put a landfill, it would seem to me that almost by definition, we should be looking for the very safest places in the state to do that based on what is currently there. So I'm a little bit confused about why we would even have this kind of process where we're saying, well, the conditions don't have to be ideal on the natural site, but we'll kind of engineer it up to a point where we think it's safe. It would seem to me that the site itself should already meet those conditions, and then you provide engineering that provides the extra levels of safety that we need to have. So I don't know if anyone can kind of talk me through that. I mean, why would we do that instead of just demanding that the site as it stands meets the standards we want it to meet?
Well, the citing criteria are essentially that you need to meet, whatever they may be in the end, you need to meet those citing criteria. And I think, as we've discussed here this morning, in a perfect world, we just say it has to be the tightest soils on the planet, and that's the only place you can build a landfill. But in practicality, that would eliminate all the sites. So our job is to figure out, what provides an efficient and effective level of protection from a standpoint of citing criteria that still leaves some land available for development of landfills. And that's not an easy thing, but that's essentially what we're struggling with right now.
Representative Murray, 1 second.
Sure.
Representative Murray.
I'll yield to the member because my question might not be. If
Okay,
he has a
go
follow-up.
ahead.
Thank you very much. I would just suggest I'm not talking about finding the most ideal circumstances, conditions on the planet, but I am saying that we should be only citing these in the most ideal conditions that exist in the state.
We would agree with that.
Okay, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And while we're at it, I guess in speaking to the potential desire to see track changes within the document as well, I think that that's another yes from me between the proposed one in October and January. A question I did have was some while back we did have a discussion in one of the 800 sections about notification in the event of a failure or a leak, and there was a discussion around who gets notified and when. And I think most of the discussion, if I remember correctly, was around the actual, it was on-site notification, the emergency system. And we had asked a question several meetings ago about whether or not there is a coordinated municipal communication in the event of a failure or a leak or anything like that. And I just wanted to follow up with you all as to where that had gone.
You know where that goes? I'm not sure I remember that discussion. Do you remember that?
Were we talking about SCADA at the time?
I think so.
Yeah, I know that we took it, I'm sorry, Leah McKenna, Administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau. I know that we took that down, and I have to say, I don't remember where it's gone, but it doesn't mean that it's gone forever. I know I have it here. So I think what we're gonna go is look back to make sure that we were addressing the concerns of making sure that a larger audience was notified. That was the gist. Okay, got it.
That was my request, and
Okay.
I like I said, in looking through them, I just did not see that. So
Sure.
if it's there, great. If not,
So many moving parts. I'll make a note again just to make sure.
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ms. McKenzie, if you could just follow up
Will
with
do.
the committee on that, please.
Mhm.
Representative Potenza.
So I'd like to understand what the easiest way is to, because, I have this document all marked up with, comparing from October to present to what we have in questions. And some of these things we want to go back to what it was in October. So what is the best way for this committee here to provide that information? Like there's some things that, some word changes that were significant. For example, on page 3, it says here, undisturbed in site soils beneath the footprint. So if there's a leak, the footprint is completely moot by definition. So, and of course, there can be spills that are outside the footprint anytime. So there's just some things that were maybe, I don't know why they were changed, but that just don't make sense. And we want to go back to how they were. So how do we make that happen? Same thing with this discussion of 10 to the -3 to the -4, 5, whatever. How do we put our resources together and provide to you where we would like things to go back to how they were and give other suggestions? What's the best way to work together on this?
Well, and I think, obviously the committee is autonomous and makes its own decisions. The committee as a whole or individual members of the committee are certainly at liberty and invited to provide, ideally, in order to make sure that we really understand your comment and can try to address it, written comments or written notes about that. And that's something that, we've got which I think is great, an ongoing dialogue with this subcommittee, which we'll continue to have at the committee's pleasure. And I think maybe practically speaking, based on what I talked about earlier, where we do intend to go back to the Waste Management Council at their February 15th meeting. We will likely have, completed a lot of our work and made some decisions about changes that, to the extent we want to make changes, that we would make. We could plan to come back to this subcommittee and give an update on that after that happens, if that's helpful. And then, of course, again, that would just mean that we would still be in the process of getting an initial proposal filed. So the formal rulemaking process, either if it's right after the 15th, may not have even started yet, or, we in order to stay on schedule here, I think we will be filing our initial proposal with the Office of Legislative Services by the end of February. That's our schedule right now. But certainly the committee as a whole, if it chose, or any committee members, certainly at liberty and invited and encouraged to provide their written comments to the agency.
And would you recommend that before you filed or after you filed?
Early and often. SWMB rules at des.nh.gov. SWMB rules. That's going to be the main pipeline, right, to get to, the rule writers to have all of those things gathered in writing. That would be the most helpful. So thank you for asking the question.
Yeah, I'll have that. We'll work together and get that to you right away.
Okay. Any other questions, follow-up? So I got a couple of takeaways on this. First of all, if you could provide through myself to the committee the track change, the difference between the first one and the second, what the changes have been since prior to the 18 January, and then prior to the next meeting, if you could give us that, what changes have been made.
So just so I'm clear,
Please.
so it's two documents then. It's a track changes document of what was changed from what we put out on October 18th for comment to what we filed
Correct.
with the Waste Management Council on the 18th.
Yeah.
And then prospectively, a track changes from what we filed on the 18th to what we would present to the council.
Is that feasible?
On the 15th.
I'm getting
I have
a
to ask that.
cross-eyed look. So
Yeah.
what's feasible?
Think so, but I'm not sure.
I'm not positive that we would have the October to January 18th. I'm certain we would have it forward. We're going to have to look, honestly. Give us
Okay.
a moment to
And
look.
from committee members, is that if they take a look and give us what they can give us, is that reasonable?
Yeah, and going forward, I think it should always be that way, that we have track changes.
Okay. And the second thing is the request for a list of meetings, who we met with and on what date. And then I will look for a meeting sometime between 15 February and the 1st of March. Does that make sense? Committee members, does that make sense? Okay. And then, you know how it is when you get old. Well, I guess you don't know how it is when you get old. So cobwebs dusting off. When I was a sophomore at West Point, I took a class called garbage. That's what we called it. I also took sewers. But anyway, garbage was waste management. I was an environmental engineer major. Who would ever thought that 45 years later I'd be sitting in a committee talking about garbage? But the cobwebs dusted off this morning were that we didn't, in that class, and there were like 8 of us, we didn't understand until we actually went to a waste facility. And so what I would propose is that we set up a discussion at a waste treatment facility, and we could figure out the details on that. But then, you know, to meet there and go, come on in, ladies, if you can just sit in back, that's fine. I think we would get a much better understanding of the process and the system. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I am the only person who has toured a waste management facility, so I would be open to the members. I think
No,
it
I
would
have.
Yes.
It was in a different lifetime, but
Okay.
yes.
I think it would be insightful for those folks if they have not.
Is there any objection to that, Representative Davis? You good, Potenza?
I've already looked toward, but yeah.
Okay,
A great idea.
all right. Okay, so I'll look at setting that up, and then we'll, if you guys can meet us there and just sort of get into the more concrete understanding of what we're talking about.
We'd certainly be happy to, are you suggesting that there also would be a meeting of the committee? I mean, I guess it is a meeting if you're there, but, or just an actual tour of the facility?
I think just a tour of the facility,
Okay.
just to deepen our understanding of what physically is going on
Sure.
the ground.
I think that's a terrific idea, and we'd be more than happy to participate if the committee would like us to.
Okay, and from a timing perspective, I was thinking after the next committee meeting sometime in March.
Okay, great.
Does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Is that,
And I
you
think,
tracking?
Mr. Chair, if I
Yes,
may,
ma'am.
it would be noticed still as a meeting, even though it's a meeting of the subcommittee tour. Because you have to notice it. But
Right, oh, absolutely, yeah, gotcha. We just need to figure out the details and get it on a calendar.
Yeah.
Okay,
And just to be clear, is that a meeting that this committee will organize, or are you asking the agency to organize that?
no, I think we can organize it, but I would ask that a representative from your office be there
Absolutely.
to, to participate.
Sure. Be happy to do that.
Okay, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Romano.
I have to say, in another lifetime, I worked at one of these facilities. So
Well, there you
yeah.
go. All right. All right.
I mean, and that was, before even these rules were written. So it was a while ago. But the other thing that I would like, if possible, for a future discussion is and I'm not sure, what you can provide in this regard, but again, some sense of, what percentage of the state can or would be excluded by the stricter rules. I mean, we were looking at 602 and I'm trying to remember the other one, 56. Thank you. Somebody gave us a map, and I think it was the U.S. Geological Survey, right? And we talked about how that's not. It was a place to kind of begin a discussion roughly. But in any event, if it's possible, because this is one of the concerns you've heard a lot of us express, is that we understand. I certainly understand the need to meet with the people who operate these businesses, but I also want to have some kind of meat on the bones. I want to see evidence that this claim that they're not going to be able to site a landfill anywhere in the state is valid. If it is, it is, but there has to be data if we're going to take that claim at face value. So any information that we could get regarding, what percentage of the state, at least roughly, would be excluded by the stricter standards in the October draft.
We'll do what we can to try to answer that question. I mean, the state is not mapped at a granularity that allows us, that makes that easy to do. It's, I mean, if that were the case, then folks would, have a whole list of sites they knew they could site a landfill. And the reality is, you don't really know whether you can site a landfill somewhere until you go to that site and you do some hydrogeological testing in place in the field. So we'll do our best to see what we can provide for that, but I want to manage expectations on that because I think that's going to be a tall order.
Understandable, but they're making these claims, I'm assuming, based on something. So I understand that we don't have that data, but I'm assuming that their claim is based on some data. So I would appreciate that.
Yeah. fair
Thank you.
enough.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, ma'am.
may I? It's the applicants and the industry's responsibility to provide that data. We don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. They should do it and do it to our satisfaction because they're making the claim. Seems simple to me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Potenza.
And I'll put this in the document that we're gonna provide, but I think I'm just gonna read this right from here. So based upon what Representative Haskins just said, so the applicant shall hire an independent hydrogeologist. This came from HB 56, right? At the applicant's expense to estimate based upon adequate and representative on-site field testing the seepage velocity of groundwater in both superficial geological deposits and in bedrock. The maximum seepage velocity shall be the highest rate estimated for any test site in disposal area. The applicant shall hire an independent hydrogeologist at the applicant's expense. That's what that really needs to be in these rules here.
Okay, but that's different than surveying the entire state of New Hampshire to know exactly what's below each square foot. That's for a very specific defined site. That's not the entire state of New Hampshire. So, understand, that's what it says, I agree with it, but it's not contextual to what Representative Germano was asking. It's not the same thing.
I understand.
Okay, so we got our due outs. Are there any challenges, and please, as you go through, working with us to get this information, appreciate open lines of communication.
Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, subject to any other questions, this closes subcommittee meeting. We got 2 minutes to transition to the committee meeting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Okay, I'd like our members to please take their seats. We're going to get underway shortly as soon as the AV equipment is straightened out. Would our members please take their seats? Okay. 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 So, sure. Good morning, everybody, to Environment and Agriculture Committee. I'd like to begin this morning by having Representative Smart please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, good morning. We have this morning on our agenda two presentations. The first being Director Wimsatt, who would be giving us a presentation on contaminant monitoring in our landfills. And then we will have some opportunity for some question and Q&A. And then at 11 o'clock, we have the plastics recycling presentation by Patrick Krieger from the Plastics Industry Association. So I want to welcome Director Wimsatt and his staff and have you take it away. Welcome to our committee this morning, and thank you so much for taking the time to do this.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Mike Wimsatt. I serve as Director of the Waste Management Division for the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. We're pleased to be with you here this morning. Joining me are Jamie Colby, who heads up our engineering and permitting section in the Solid Waste Management Bureau, and Jamie O'Rourke, who is a hydrogeologist in our Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau, who focuses on landfill monitoring and groundwater release detection and groundwater management permits for landfills. And I just really wanted to introduce them. They are the experts here. They're going to give a presentation to you this morning. Probably lasts about 20 or 25 minutes. It's a PowerPoint presentation with some slides that I think will be really helpful. And so I'm going to turn it over to them, and I'm going to sit down. And then we'll be certainly available to entertain any questions that you might have following the presentation. So with that, I will turn it over to Jamie. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Good morning, thank you for the opportunity to present about New Hampshire's landfill monitoring requirements. For the record, my name is Jamie Colby, and I am supervisor of the engineering and permitting section in the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. For a quick orientation, most of us are aware that there are 6 operating municipal solid waste landfills, or MSW landfills, in New Hampshire. In addition, there's 1 operating single-lined coal ash landfill and 2 unlined landfills that accept construction and demolition debris and bulky waste. This slide shows the 6 active MSW landfills kind of spread around the state. There are also more than 200 closed, some of which are lined, but most of which are unlined. Effectively, almost every municipality has a landfill. Lined landfills and many of the unlined landfills have not 1, but 2 permits, a solid waste permit and a groundwater permit. I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about landfill monitoring required under the solid waste permit, and then my colleague, Jamie O'Rourke, will discuss the monitoring requirements under a landfill's groundwater permit. As a quick refresher, when we discuss whether a landfill is lined or unlined, we're talking about the design of the landfill. Some landfills have no liners. That is, they are unlined landfills. Some landfills have a single liner. For example, 1 geomembrane or engineered plastic sheet along with other materials that sit between the waste and above the ground surface. A double line landfill has 2 of these geomembrane liners with other materials, as shown in the simplified sketch on the slide. In a double-lined landfill, the space between each liner is typically referred to as a leachate collection system, or layer. The leachate collection system at a landfill is monitored in multiple ways. First, there is the physical element regarding the quantities of leachate. The amount of leachate standing on the primary liner is typically measured and recorded daily. The quantity of leachate collected and transported off-site is measured and recorded daily. And leachate flow rates in the secondary collection system are measured and recorded at least once per week. Then there are the analytical characteristics of leachate. Leachate from the primary collection system is analyzed 3 times per year for contaminant concentrations, and leachate from the secondary collection system is analyzed once per year for contaminant concentrations. The data collected from the leachate systems helps us look for issues with the integrity of the liner systems. For example, elevated flows in the secondary leachate collection system may indicate an issue with the primary liner. Let's follow the leachate for a moment. Recall that when a liquid passes through a landfill's waste mass, it leaches or extracts chemicals or constituents from waste as these wastes break down. Along with PFAS, these can include organic compounds, heavy metals, chlorides, and nitrates. Leachate is a liquid including any suspended components in the liquid which has contacted or passed through solid waste. In short, leachate is the byproduct of the landfilling process. As such, the concentrations of contaminants in leachate are based on what types and amounts of waste are placed in a landfill. And while the analytical characteristics of leachate are tested, there are no standards against which to compare the results of the leachate tests. The first point at which leachate characteristics might be compared to a standard is at a leachate receiving facility, that is a wastewater treatment plant. Wastewater treatment plant operators ensure that the wastewater entering the facility, in this case leachate, can be properly managed in accordance with the design limitations of the plant and be treated to meet the plant's discharge permit limits. If the concentrations of contaminants in leachate exceed the treatment plant's acceptance criteria, the responsibility falls back on the landfill permittee to find a wastewater treatment plant that can accept the leachate or to treat the leachate at the landfill before shipping it to a wastewater facility. Now, let's head back to the landfill for a minute. It's important to note that there are other ways in which we monitor landfills. For example, gas probes are located around a landfill in the soil, similar to groundwater monitoring wells. These probes are checked quarterly for landfill gas. If landfill gas is migrating through the ground and into these probes, this might indicate a problem with the landfill's gas collection system or with the landfill's liner system. And after a landfill is closed, these monitoring programs continue. Leachate flow rates, analytical characteristics, and quantities continue to be measured and recorded. Monitoring is still performed to check for landfill gas migration. And the landfill undergoes semi-annual inspections to check the integrity of the capping system and other components of the landfill system. I think it's important to pause here for a moment to recall that landfills are engineered waste containment systems. They are designed by and construction is overseen by licensed professional engineers. And at least once per year, if not more often, the monitoring data is reviewed by licensed professionals, including DES's licensed professionals. When issues or irregularities come up in the monitoring data, these qualified licensed professionals review and discuss and work to identify and resolve the issue. With that, I'm going to actually stop here and turn it over to my colleague, Jamie O'Rourke, who is himself a licensed professional geologist and who will be discussing groundwater monitoring. Jamie?
Thank you, Jamie. For the record, my name is James O'Rourke. I'm a supervisor of the Groundwater Permitting and Remediation subsection in the Hazardous Waste Remediation Bureau. Within the Waste Management Division, obviously, our group has the responsibility of overseeing groundwater permitting at landfills. As my colleague discussed, there are two basic landfill construction types in New Hampshire, lined and unlined. With each of those comes a specific groundwater monitoring permit that is associated with it. Unlined landfills will have groundwater management permits associated with them. Those are landfills without a liner beneath the waste. Lined landfills, active and closed, would have groundwater release detection permits associated with them. Now, there are some facilities in the state that have both permits combined into one. In fact, 3 out of the operating 6 landfills in New Hampshire have both combined groundwater release detection and groundwater management permits. There are a lot of commonalities between the two permit types. Each permit type will prescribe a program for periodic groundwater monitoring. They'll also provide for groundwater remediation as outlined within the permit structure. They'll specify performance standards for those remedies and describe procedures for performing site investigations and implementing any necessary corrective actions. Just for reference, these permits aren't necessarily exclusive to landfills. In fact, there have been thousands of sites administered by DES under groundwater permits. To get down into some of the specifics, groundwater management permits will designate groundwater management zones, areas where contaminant concentrations in groundwater have been identified and are known to be above above ambient groundwater quality standards, and as such are required to be monitored regularly. A groundwater management permit controls the use of groundwater within a groundwater management zone. If there happens to be a water supply within that zone, it would be regularly monitored to assure compliance with state regulation. The permit will also require the implementation of measures to restore groundwater quality within the groundwater management zone so that it meets the criteria of ENV OR 600, the Ambient Groundwater Quality Standards, or AGQS. It will also require the evaluation of the effectiveness of any remedial measures taken to restore that groundwater quality. Now on to groundwater release detection permits. These are permits associated with our active and inactive lined facilities. Groundwater release detection permits establish detection monitoring during the active life of the facility, during any closure activities, and beyond past closure. So in effect, a groundwater release detection permit will be on the site from its inception, when it's being operated, and on through closure to confirm the functioning of the containment system that my colleague described. Groundwater release detection permits require monitoring for early detection of impacts associated with a facility based on comparison to background. Statistical deviations from background data and historic trends may signify an exceedance. The permits require a 10-day notification to DES if there are exceedances of these background conditions. Exceedances may trigger what's called assessment monitoring, which is accelerated and expanded monitoring outside of the normal schedule of the permit. Exceedances can also require a corrective action plan be submitted to achieve compliance with the background conditions at the location. A corrective action plan is just that. It's a plan to correct those issues that are causing the exceedances of background. I'm sorry, I forgot to advance that slide for release detection. You have to forgive me. So back to some more commonalities. Each groundwater permit type will require monitoring for compliance at various locations around the landfill. That'll include monitoring wells that are specifically designed and located to monitor the facilities at around the landfill base, if you will. Excuse me. It also include monitoring of water supplies if they happen to be available, groundwater seeps, as well as surface water. Any locations that might help inform the conceptual site model. The conceptual site model is our basic understanding of the site and how it relates to the physical location around it. It's geohydrology as well. The permit will have analytical requirements for samples collected from these monitoring points. Samples are required to be analyzed by certified laboratories. The landfills are required to analyze for what are called landfill leachate indicator parameters. As my colleague discussed, the liquid derived from waste is considered leachate, and it contains the breakdown components of the waste. So a broad spectrum of various contaminants and compounds are available to be monitored for. We call them landfill leachate indicator parameters. They can include compounds such as chloride, nitrate, sulfite, various metals such as arsenic and manganese, volatile organic compounds such as benzene and toluene, and solvents such as PCE and TCE. Recently, we have been requiring monitoring of contaminants of emerging concern, those items such as 1,4-dioxane and PFAS, or per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, PFOA and PFOS. These are compounds that have been in commercial and industrial use for over 50 to 60, perhaps 70 years. However, until recently, we didn't know about them. We didn't have the analytical ability to analyze for them at low enough concentrations, or perhaps we didn't have the awareness of their toxicological impacts. Additional requirements to monitor for these emerging contaminants have been added to our groundwater permits within the last 7 years. For reference, until recently, a majority of the concentrations for contaminants were measured in the parts per billion range. Now, with these added contaminants of emerging concern, we are measuring for concentrations in the parts per trillion range, so 1,000 times less. Just for reference, from a spatial component, and get your mind around it a little bit, a part per billion would be equal to 1 drop of ink in a 10,000-gallon swimming pool, so a good-sized backyard swimming pool. 1 part per trillion would be the equivalent of a drop within 20 Olympic-sized swimming pools, which are over 600,000 gallons. So an enormous difference between those two. The permits also require a basic monitoring frequency, how often the site and the locations and specific wells are monitored for, how often they monitor for the compounds we discussed previously. For a point of reference, the active municipal solid waste landfills in New Hampshire are sampled at least 2, if not 3 times a year. They can also be sampled beyond those as needed within the release detection monitoring rules. You can have accelerated monitoring like I discussed previously. There are 2 basic submittal types within groundwater permits. You have data transmittals that are essentially just that, a submittal of the data with a little added couple of extra pieces. They are due to be submitted to us within 45 days of the sampling event. There are also periodic summary reports, which are required by permit. Summary reports provide an overview of the work performed since the last time a summary report was submitted. It would include a description of the type and frequency of monitoring and the activities associated with them, and provide any updates to the conceptual site model. It'll also include conclusions and recommendations provided by the licensed professional submitting the report. The summary report would include a tabular and graphical summary of the results and trends in comparison to historic data, and in support of the conclusions and recommendations that the consultant may have. Updated groundwater flow maps and any analytical results that hadn't been previously submitted would be included as well. Summary reports are required to be dated, signed, and stamped by New Hampshire licensed professional geologists or professional engineers. Also included in summary reports is the schedule for submitting those summary reports. For instance, active municipal solid waste landfills will submit summary reports annually. An older online landfill that maybe is monitored at a less frequent rate maybe submits a summary report every other year or maybe every 3rd year, depending on that conceptual site model we discussed. As a point of reference, when these submittals are transmitted to DES, they're reviewed by DES staff that are assigned to these projects. They are also licensed professionals. DES responses to any of these submittals would also be reviewed by at least 1, if not 2 more, licensed professional geologists or professional engineers. Now, lastly, in relation to groundwater permits, each permit type are in effect for a 5-year period and are subject to renewal. If the permit expires prior to renewal, the permittee continues to be fully responsible for those conditions outlined within the permit, including monitoring, reporting, and any corrective actions that might be outlined within. Renewals for groundwater permits will also include many of the same elements of a summary report, just expanded out over a 5-year period of time and in comparison to historic results. Those renewals are also prepared by licensed professionals. One common question we get in regards to how long groundwater is one common question we get is how long groundwater will be required to be sampled and monitored at landfills. For landfills, groundwater quality monitoring is required until the waste mass is no longer a potential source of contamination. So there are essentially two ways for that to happen. One would be the landfill would be dug up, removed, and disposed of somewhere else. It actually has happened historically. 20 years ago, there were several landfills that were dug up, removed, and disposed of elsewhere. It has not happened recently. Majority of the landfills in New Hampshire are municipally owned, and obviously they're not going to have the money to throw around for something like that. The other avenue for groundwater monitoring to be ceased at a landfill would be for the permittee to undertake an investigation to show that the waste within the landfill has completely broken down. Now, that has not happened. And reason being, as we know, it takes quite a while for waste to break down, sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of years. If you look at any of the science journals and see how long it takes plastic to break down, it takes an exceptionally long time. So essentially, unless someone digs up a landfill and removes it, groundwater monitoring will exist at landfills in perpetuity, in some rate over time. Wanted to thank you for the opportunity. My apologies for not advancing slides. I probably should have thrown the laptop at my compatriot here as I was speaking. We can get you copies of these, obviously, if needed. We are available for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm interested to know, excuse me, you talked about corrective action plans. How many corrective action plans does the department have active now? And do those plans have any kind of deadlines associated with them?
That's a very good question. Corrective action plans will come and go over time. We have had historically some very significant corrective action plans. We have at least one that I'm aware of at one of the 6 landfills. We've had some others that have perhaps just finished within the last couple of years. Corrective action plan could be something small scale related to a minor operational issue, or it could be something larger scale that will incorporate both the monitoring that is undertaken as part of the groundwater permits, but also will have relationship to the Solid Waste Management Bureau's execution at landfills as well. Groundwater very much could be the first indicator of an issue at a site. And so the assessment monitoring can help point to the issue if there is one. If there is found out to be an issue by monitoring those landfill leachate indicator parameters, that broad swath, we may be able to point to the issue directly, or we might have to cause and force more investigation of that through the corrective action plan process. Sometimes it's very obvious as to what the issue is. Sometimes it takes a little bit of in-depth investigation. And we're lucky that we work so closely with the Solid Waste Management Bureau in that we sometimes are able to say, hey, we think we have an issue. Do you know anything? So, but at this time, I believe we only have one corrective action plan in place.
And for when you're doing monitoring on these various sites, who's actually doing the monitoring? Is some of it being done third party? Some of it being done by the department, some of it being done by the landfill operator. Who's doing the monitoring?
That's an excellent question. Thank you. The monitoring itself is being conducted by the licensed professional that is hired by the permittee. So the permittee is typically the landowner, the landfill operator. The licensed professional will do the monitoring and the sampling, submit those results to us as part of those submittals that I discussed. We review those and consider their comments and recommendations. Sampling is prescribed at a certain rate, as I discussed. We typically don't do sampling of our own as far as general monitoring is concerned. We do have the ability at times, if there is a landfill that doesn't have a responsible party associated with it, or a permittee associated with it anymore, because they've perhaps passed away, if you will. And so we have had the ability at times to send out the MTB sampling team to be able to look at residential water supplies that might be at risk nearby. But it's a very rare situation that we would have to do that.
Do you as a department recommend who the the parties are that are going to, do you recommend to the landfill owner who to use to do the testing? Or do you just let them pick whoever?
No, we would essentially let them pick whomever. We do get questions from time to time as to, maybe if it's a small online landfill run, owned by a municipality and they're trying to look to change who might be doing their work for them, they may ask us and we can recommend a long list of qualified consultants, but each of them need to be, or at least the folks who are submitting those reports to us need to be licensed professional geologists or professional engineers. So we wouldn't specifically say who you should and shouldn't use. No.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just for clarification and follow-up, those individuals must be licensed with the state of New Hampshire, correct?
Yes, you are correct. They need to be New Hampshire licensed professional geologists and professional engineers.
Representative Dutsey. Oh, Suffocatus first. Sorry, I didn't see her.
Yes, good morning. I would, for the record, like to have a copy of the slides. I was wondering if you could speak to that condition of the Coakley landfill. I know it's kind of probably blindsiding you, but this committee some 5 or 6 years ago found the Coakley landfill to be an imminent hazard. As that legislation went on, it was killed, but there was a significant cancer cluster around the Coakley landfill, and I was just wondering if you could speak about that.
I'm not sure if maybe the director can speak to the Coakley landfill, as it falls under a different program than ours.
Right. For the record, Mike Wimsat, New Hampshire DES. Thank you, Representative, for that question. So yes, the Coakley landfill is a Superfund NPL site that we do manage under our federal sites program. And actually, very recently, at the end of this past calendar year, we issued a report that addresses those questions and basically gives an update to the work that's been going on to evaluate drinking water quality in the area and groundwater quality impacts of the facility. So I would direct you to that. And following this meeting, when I get back to the office, I'll make sure that we send you a copy of that, with an electronic copy of that.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. When we're talking about leachate, what kind of quantities are we talking about? And when you talk about a system for collecting it, is it collected in pipes that were designed into the landfill? How does that whole system work?
Thank you, Representative, for the question. Quantities, I don't honestly recall off the top of my head. At a landfill, it can vary by year. It depends a lot on rainfall and different factors. It could be somewhere between 2 million gallons a year and 5 million gallons a year, depending on sizes. That's all ballpark. With regards to the leachate management systems, yes, they do involve a lot of piping. So in the landfill liner system themselves, there's a combination of piping and free draining sand and some geosynthetic layers that encourage the flow of the leachate through the system so that it can be collected. Everything slopes down to a collection sump, and then it's pumped out of the bottom of the landfill up pipes to the ground surface where it enters additional piping systems, and then it moves into a tank storage system, or it could move more directly into pipes that go to a wastewater treatment facility. Half the landfills are directly piped to a wastewater treatment facility, half of the 6. The other half of the 6 have to truck the leachate. If I remember, it's roughly that split. And those systems are designed, they are required to be designed to be chemically compatible with leachate, try and get as much longevity as we can out of those engineered leachate collection and containment systems.
A follow-up, Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So while we're on the subject of leachate, I think you showed a slide of the leachate, the truck, and then it going to a treatment facility, but we also noted that there are some entities that have treatment on site, correct? And then it gets treated on site and perhaps goes elsewhere afterward. Does it then go somewhere else on the truck? But to that point, I guess I'm asking is in the design criteria, is that up to the individual entity to decide whether or not they're putting that sort of reverse osmosis system or leachate treatment system on site?
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. So there is one landfill in the state that has elected to treat on site their leachate. And what happens at their plant, and this is very generalized, their on-site treatment plant, the leachate comes in, it goes through a processing system. Part of it is piped to a wastewater treatment facility nearby. The other portion of it is trucked to different wastewater treatment facilities. So theirs is actually a split system in that manner. And in terms of those plants, what's designed, how they choose to treat, that's the permittee's choice. What they're trying to do is they're trying to meet the acceptance criteria for a wastewater treatment receiving facility.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. So, so the leachate goes to a wastewater treatment plant, except in the case of Rochester where it's pre-treated, and then it goes to one. But what is the fate of the contaminants in the leachate at the wastewater treatment plant? Does it end up in biosolids? Is there a way to keep them separated from the biosolids?
So I'm going to confess that's not my area of expertise. I'm not a wastewater expert. As a general matter, the stream is mingled in with the other wastewater streams, so leachate gets mixed in with all the other wastewaters that come into the plant. And so it's not necessarily separately managed or processed at that plant. So the contaminants would, not my expertise. Some would be broken down into constituent parts. Some would end up in the biosolids or the sludges. Some might end up in the discharge at a lower level. So that if you need follow-up information, we'd have to reach out to the appropriate people at DES for that on wastewater plants.
I want to ask a question following that. Since you are monitoring the leachates and what the composition of the leachates, are you noticing any trends from site to site or site specific? Are the different compounds, certain compounds rising and others going down? Do you see any kind of trends in the leachate?
There can be trends in the leachate contaminant concentrations, chemical constituents, but we don't have that data compiled in a fashion that trends like that. That's something that we're evaluating for proposed rule change. So that trend analysis, we don't have a lot compiled on trending. One thing that we will see, for example, goes back to if there's an issue with the liner systems, if there's a lot of dilution, it means we might have a stormwater problem. Stormwater is getting into the leachate system. So we do keep an eye on what the concentrations are, but we don't have it actually trended out like in a plot right now.
So as you're monitoring the leachate, what happens when you see some exceedances for thresholds that you have for certain contaminants in there? What do you have to do anything different with that?
So there aren't, again, it goes back to that idea that leachate is simply a byproduct of the waste landfilling process. So there's not a standard to compare it to. So there wouldn't be an exceedance of any particular standard in that context. The landfill permittees keep an eye on the waste that they choose to dispose of in the landfill because they know it can have an effect on their leachate quality. And then that could cause them difficulty successfully finding a wastewater treatment plant to take the material. But there's not a standard to compare it against.
Okay. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so is the volume of the leachate largely due to liquids that are in the disposed trash, or is it due to a combination of that and precipitation?
Yeah, I don't have a specific breakdown regarding what amount comes out of the waste itself and what amounts from precipitation. Landfill permittees are required to operate the landfill in a manner that controls to the greatest extent practicable the generation of leachate. So they are striving, they cover the waste at the end of each operating day. They put on interim cover in areas they're not going to work in for a while. So they are trying to minimize the generation of leachate to the extent they can, but I don't have a specific breakdown on how much is out of the waste itself and how much might be from precipitation.
Representative Sofakaitis, and then Representative Murray.
I was just wondering about the fate of biosolids in relation to the forever chemicals PFAS, because I'm concerned that how much is going to be put on agricultural land, and so I was wondering if you could share anything about that.
I appreciate the question, Representative. The fate of biosolids is really with our wastewater program. They deal with land application of biosolids to agricultural use. Under the regulations, under the law, biosolids or sludges from wastewater treatment plants only become solid waste when they are disposed of at a solid waste facility. So if a landfill receives sludge, it's a solid waste, it gets disposed in the landfill. But sludges or biosolids that go to places other than landfills or other than disposal would be something managed by our wastewater program.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I apologize for going back a little bit to leachate, but I did want to clarify one thing, if you could, for me. It's my understanding that leachate can be both in liquid form and solid form, in like a leachate cake of some kind. So I guess, could you speak to that?
I hadn't quite heard that. It might be that some of the treatment processes you end up kind of, if you're talking about a leachate cake, it's probably more like a sludge is what I'm leaning towards, or solids that are pulled out of the leachate as it's treated. I'm not overly familiar with what you're talking about, but I would speculate that's kind of the situation, is when they go through certain treatment processes, if they pull out those suspended solids, that might create a cake.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So let me understand, we have what, 3 or 4 privately owned landfills? I think maybe there's 2 landfills that are owned by municipalities, maybe Nashua and Lebanon. I think that's pretty close. And it doesn't really matter, but and so if you're a private landfill, 50% in the state of New Hampshire comes from out of state. It's out of state waste. And so this can contain PFAS and all other kinds of waste products. This goes into the leachate, and then a wastewater treatment facility that is paid for by taxpayers kind of picks up the tab to take this water, and and is it processed to the point that is pure enough to then, I'm thinking about Nashua and going back in to the Merrimack River. I'm just a little concerned and confused about how clean this is, when it gets to the wastewater facility. And if there's PFAS in it, and we know PFAS is the forever chemical, then the wastewater system is not going to be able to treat it. And then it's going to go into the Merrimack River. I'm a little confused about that. Can you explain that to me?
Sure, I can. Thank you, Representative. I can try and elaborate a little bit. So there are 3 public landfills, or sort of Mount Carberry by the Solid Waste District, Nashua and Lebanon are the 3 public, if you will, and then 3 private. Oh no, there are 4 public. Sorry, Conway has also got a public landfill. So there are only 2 private landfills in New Hampshire, privately owned. With regards to the treatment plants, they have to manage what they receive as waste streams. I'm sure they charge a fee per gallon. It wouldn't surprise me at all. I presume that's what happens unless it's a municipal landfill, and then I'm sure they have some internal budgeting. So it's my understanding that they would, private landfills would certainly pay for disposal of leachate, just like we all pay for disposal of our trash. And the wastewater treatment plants, they have, now you're talking about the Clean Water Act and their discharge permits into the rivers. So they have to meet certain standards. Again, not my expertise, but I think it's important to understand that, and part of why I brought it up in the presentation, it's important to understand that leachate goes to treatment plants, it's treated at those plants, and it has to meet a discharge limit out of those plants, those facilities. So that's a Clean Water Act, that's a different permit required, and we've moved away from landfills at that point.
Representative Potenza.
So could we get information from the agency of where public, private, where all that leachate is going? So when it leaves the landfill, where it's being treated, can we get that information?
I think we can, yes. They're
Okay.
supposed to report to us. We can pull up some reports and identify where exactly they're shipping.
So basically, you guys said that you're not tracking any of the leachate, correct? You said you don't have any data over trends or time.
We have the data, but we have not compiled a recent trend analysis on the quality of the leachate. Like, for example, using the leachate indicator parameters, we haven't actually plotted it up recently.
So what about, have you trended volume?
Periodically, we will check volume trends. We've done some of that. Again, hasn't been updated within the last 6 months to a year.
So if I asked for 10 years of leachate from every one of the landfills, you wouldn't have that data?
We have the data, but it's not necessarily compiled into like an Excel spreadsheet. The data exists in the record for each facility, and that can be reviewed either through One Stop or make a right to know file review request, and we can provide that.
Okay, so my last question has to do with the monitoring wells and the groundwater quality. So are those in a trend? So let's say if we just look at one of the one landfill. So let's say we're going to talk about Rochester. I'm in Rochester. So do we have every bit of information in a trend for as long as that landfill has been in existence? When something, tested hot or whatever? Do we have all of that?
All of that data is included within the summary reports and the permit renewal submittals that are submitted by the facilities. Certain compounds that are of concern or that are being tracked closely will have trend analysis data associated with them. Specifically for the Turnkey facility, a majority of the compounds, the landfill leachate indicator parameters that we discussed, are plotted, tracked, and trended within those summary reports. Yes.
Okay, Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. If I remember correctly, in one of the slides you were talking about, you said that typically the landfill sites are tested twice a year, but they can be tested more frequently if the department requests.
Yeah, so each facility in each landfill has a permit that's specific to that location, and the frequencies sometimes are tailored off of our understanding of a site. For example, an unlined landfill might have been monitored for the last 20 or 30 years. So we have a tremendous amount of data that might point in a certain direction of saying, well, if we sample in the spring, we'll have the highest concentrations of some kind of compounds. Now, for active landfills, we're going to be monitoring them and have them required to be monitored on a more frequent basis to confirm that the containment systems are working. Majority of our active landfills are monitored and sampled 3 times a year. We can accelerate and require sampling on an interim basis in between them. If there is some exceedance of a background condition, a compound ends up being higher concentration, we could ask for confirmation. We can require assessment monitoring to make sure that there isn't something going on at the facility in the leachate management system that's compromised in some way. So yes.
Follow up, sure.
Thank you. And so I'm wondering about what conditions have to exist or you kind of compel you to ask for model for testing outside of, you know, the terms. And I'm thinking about, I think a lot of us are thinking about concern about the levels of PFAS, for example, in the Ammonoosuc, and concerns about, you know, is that because of an underlying site that's been there for a long time? Is that perhaps related to a problem with the landfill? So again, under what conditions do you decide that it's important to ask for an accelerated testing scheme?
With the release detection world and those permits, it simply could be an exceedance of a background condition on a one-time, one-shot piece. If we see something like that in a release detection permit, and there is an exceedance of some compound, let's say a PFAS compound, actually not PFAS, that's not something we have a long enough history of. We may be asking for that anyway. If we had some kind of benzene compound that was detected for the first time in a long time in a well, we would say, let's have you go out and monitor that and confirm that detection. Is that not some kind of remnant or laboratory contamination of some kind? If it is confirmed and we see some kind of upward trend, we'd end up in that accelerated assessment monitoring phase. But we'd also be looking at that longer, wider swath of landfill leachate indicator parameters to see if there are other compounds that are also on an upward trend of some kind. Landfill leachate isn't going to contain just one compound. So when we look at that, we depend on that larger swath. Now, in instances of half of our municipal solid waste landfills, there are online landfills associated with them. They bring in their own set of contamination issues and add a baseline or noise, if you will, to the data that we see. So in that case, we look at those individual wells and their individual histories related to those landfill leachate indicator parameters and look again at those trends. Do we see multiple things going upward when they've been steady or declining previously? And in those cases, we would ask for and perhaps require some kind of assessment monitoring. Or on the other side, because it's a dual type permit at this location, we could ask for some kind of supplemental site investigation, some kind of more intrusive investigation to see, okay, what's going on here.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
Representative
Chair.
Bixby.
Yes, so there's a list of compounds that you test leachate for that ranging from, well, volatile organic compounds to PFAS, et cetera. But that can't be an exhaustive list of everything that's in the leachate. So how do you track those? Do you have any method for tracking the unidentified compounds in the leachate?
In regards to analytical components, there aren't a lot of analytical tests that we receive that would have unidentified compounds. That was something that tentatively identified compounds was something that we used to use a lot when we were looking at petroleum sites, because you'd have this large swath of petroleum compounds that might be looked at, and then there's all this kind of mush at the end that we really don't know what it is. If in a landfill case we were to see some issues like that, I'm not sure we'd actually see it in the laboratory anymore. However, we would require additional sampling, an expanded list of some kind. For example, PFAS. We regulate 4 PFAS compounds in the state right now: PFOA, PFOS, PFHXS, and PFNA. And so some sites will only send us the results for those 4 compounds. Some other sites will send us a much longer list. And so that expanded list is kind of a request. More so because the ambient groundwater quality standards are set for a certain set of compounds.
I have a question before you. So on the DES website, there's a application there that you can visually see where there are places that are being monitored. They are indicated by green dots and yellow dots and red dots. Okay. And I don't know if everybody's familiar with this tool or not. But what what constitutes, first of all, how often is that updated? And secondly, what constitutes movement from one color to the next? Are you looking at just specific compounds or an overall measurement or any one particular exceedance? How does that, can you explain that to me?
I think the map you're referring to is our PFAS mapper that we've had out in the public for several years. That's populated on a volunteer basis or as requested by DES. It's not a requirement of our submittals, unfortunately, at this time. A lot of the data I've been very impressed in looking at what we've been able to get from landfills on this as requested basis. As I said, most of the landfills in New Hampshire are municipally owned, and consultants will charge a little bit more to say, oh yeah, we'll update that to DES for you. So there's a tremendous amount of information there. Many of it's landfills. A lot of it is also other sites as well. But I would caution that that's not everything that we may have on PFAS. Now, in regards to the color coding components, it is PFAS as a whole, as I understand it. There is a legend that you can pull down off to the side that can tell you exactly what the standards are. I have to confess, I can't remember what the numbers are. I know at one point they were in comparison to our current AGQS, but I think they might also have some component of the former MCL of 70 back when we first started discovering PFAS discovering it in New Hampshire in 2017, 2018. In regards to how often it's updated, I believe it's updated as data comes in. For a while, it was being done on a somewhat regular schedule, but I'm not familiar enough to know how much or how quickly it was done, if it was done on a monthly basis or a quarterly basis.
And what does the department do when there's a red dot on there? I mean, is there something that the landowner, the landfill owner has to comply with in order to show that they're trying to make that red dot go back to yellow or green?
So the red dot is the back end things of what you see with the data. The red dot for us would signify data that's come in through the summary reports or data transmittals. There might be some kind of action item related to those locations. They may just be locations that are exceptionally close to a landfill where it's a known exceedance, where some corrective action plan might be undertaken. Occasionally we'll have exceedances at a boundary well. So I mentioned groundwater management zones previously. Groundwater management zone is intended to be the full area that groundwater is contaminated above the ambient groundwater quality standard. With the advent of things like PFAS and lower standards for arsenic and manganese, some of these groundwater management zones have had to grow. Additional investigation's been required into them because some well at the very, very down gradient point of it, a compliance well, if you will, might be showing exceedances of something that either wasn't tested for before because we didn't have the ability, or the standard might have changed. So in those cases, DES will direct the permittee and their consultant as a consequence to perhaps do some kind of additional investigation. Our primary and first concern is to make sure that people are drinking clean water. And so one of the first steps we'll do when we're looking at expanding or investigating a GMZ compliance issue is, are there any drinking water supplies nearby? And if so, the consultants will request to be able to sample those drinking water supply locations. Most folks are pretty accommodating. Some are not. They don't want to have their water sampled, but in many cases they do. And so there'll be some additional data that may come from that, so we can assure that. Also, there might be additional site investigation and additional monitoring wells to make sure we have that full compliance area mapped. Now, when we look at some of this data as well, we might be able to reach out to our associates in the Solid Waste Management Bureau and say, hey, we have these detections. Is something changed at the landfill's operation? If it's a closed landfill, maybe they have some kind of issue with their cap or stormwater maintenance. If it's an active landfill, if we think about release detection, and maybe some kind of leachate management issue. So we communicate back and forth rather extensively.
Okay, thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for taking my question. So just to clarify, you indicated, I think what the chair was speaking about was the map around drinking water sample testing across the state. And just so that I'm clear, you're stating that you believe that there are data there that still exhibit the 70 MCL, but we are well past that as a state. Is that what I heard you saying? We're somewhere in the 15 to
Yes,
15
yes.
range?
It's the color coding. I can't recall off the top of my head. If we had more time, I could pull it up on my laptop and we could play around and look at dots. But I can get back to you on that, and I can walk you through exactly how to pull that up when we're looking at the data on those pages.
Thank you. And then a follow up, if I may.
Quickly, because we're
Thank
running
you.
out of time.
Yep. And then I think to Representative Bixby's point, I think the question that I had was just regarding unidentified PFASs. Yet we know that that is changing. So to his point, unidentified contaminants, could they possibly include things like PFASs that are not reported on or required to be reported on?
Yes. Yes. I mean, when we think about what we were sampling for at landfills before 2016, when PFAS came on board, PFAS was there. We just didn't have the ability to analyze for it. It's been in the waste mass and waste streams for 50, 60, 70 years. That's why we see it at these online landfills. We just didn't have the ability to see it based on technology.
Okay. One last quick question, or, well, I could just two last questions. Representative Howard and then Representative Potenza.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for answering the question. I heard you say a couple of times that there were no standards and no comparable standards, but you talk about exceedances. Does that mean that each landfill site is on its own comparison, or?
No, that's, thank you, Representative, for the question. Thank you for asking for clarification, because I was thinking about that. Remember, we're talking about two different permits. So under the solid waste permit, there is no standard that you compare leachate against. It's a byproduct of the landfilling process. It's a liquid that comes out of the waste system. When we talk about exceedances, what Jamie's talking about is relative to the groundwater permit. If leachate shows up in the groundwater, you can have exceedances of certain groundwater quality standards. So that's an important distinction, the two different permits. Does that help? Okay, thank you.
Representative Potenza.
So based upon all of this, and our committee has received a lot of information, of course, in regards with the landfill in Bethlehem, I'd like to understand specifically, what is the plan right now for Bethlehem?
For the North Country Environmental Services landfill, NCS?
Yes.
From a groundwater perspective?
Correct.
Okay. The NCS landfill has a joint permit, both release detection and groundwater management permit. It had an unlined landfill associated with it that was removed in the 1990s. At that time, it was removed and replaced and placed into the existing line landfill sections. The area in which the landfill existed is within a groundwater management zone. So there are known exceedances of ambient groundwater quality standards at that location. At the time the landfill was removed, there were very high numbers and concentrations of those compounds we were looking for at those times. And as the landfill was removed, and during the 20 years since or plus, those concentrations have moved downward and improved immensely. Residual contamination at the site has continued to be there, also within the groundwater, but also within soils and interstitial spaces that are unable to be removed, if you will. And as such, there are some residual impacts that remain. The residual impacts we see today are largely PFAS and lower numbers of 1,4-dioxane in some cases. Numbers in which in reference to 1,4-dioxane specifically are below the standard that were in place back in 2016. I believe we went from 3 to 0.32. PFAS obviously wasn't monitored for until 2016, 2017 at the location. We see PFAS numbers there. Some of them are in exceedance of AGQS standards, in which that's the area in which we are comparing to for the groundwater management zone. Those numbers are significant. However, when we monitor out and we look at the monitoring that's being done at the compliance sections of the groundwater management zone, the concentrations drop off to below standards. So at this time, it's maintaining compliance. Now, there is an expanded site investigation that is being required in the area in which that is downgradient of the landfill. This area has also been heavily used for leachate management purposes, with a history of issues that have been related there and investigated. However, we have, I believe, a November 7th letter that has been put out that's requiring additional site investigation of those areas, additional monitoring points, to help inform and update that site conceptual model I was discussing before. Conceptual models are not static. They're meant to grow and improve as we learn more about a site. And as such, that's what our request is at this time.
Thank you. I'm going to have to end our question and answer time now. And I want to thank the department for coming before us today with this presentation and being so gracious to answer some of our questions, all of our questions. And I appreciate it. And guess all I can say is thank you again, and have a great rest of the day.
Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you. Now, we have the pleasure of welcoming Patrick Krieger from the Plastics Industry Association, who will be giving us a presentation on plastics recycling. And we'd like to very much welcome you to our committee. Good morning. Give you a moment to set up and get settled in. I also wanted to remind our committee that I have a sympathy card for Matt Coulon, if you'd like to sign it, if you haven't signed it already. I'll pass it to, okay. Yeah. I can ask Kristen, I don't know. Okay. All right. Well, welcome, Mr. Krieger, and I really appreciate you coming to our committee to give us some information and educate us about what's going on in the plastics industry, and some good information about plastics recycling and so forth. So thank you for coming, and take it away. You gotta press the button. So there you go.
Red button is talking. Perfect. So,
Red button.
good morning, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. I'm really excited to be here today. I've never been to New Hampshire, and they tell me January is the best time to come. So, this was wonderful for me. My name is Patrick Krieger. I'm the Vice President of Sustainability at the Plastics Industry Association. I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about plastic recycling technologies, how we currently do it, how we can do it better, and have a discussion about potential policies that can support recycling in New Hampshire. New Hampshire does a really great job, but like in all things, we can do them better. And so let's talk about that and see how we can work together to improve recycling. The Plastics Industry Association is the trade association that was started in 1937, and it represents the full plastic supply chain. That includes the equipment and mold makers, the material suppliers, and the processors converters who make those who use that equipment and those materials to make the products that we use all throughout our daily lives. We also want to note that all our members include the recyclers who take those products when you're done with them and they make them into new things as well. So when we talk about the plastics industry in the United States, that is a very large group. So that is the 7th largest manufacturing industry in the United States, representing over 1 million jobs and over $548 billion in shipments each year. In addition to that, obviously, we are very reliant, or many of the industries that we have in the United States are very reliant on plastics to be able to do the things that they need to do to provide comfort, safety, access, and convenience for all of you and all of your citizens. In New Hampshire, in particular, we employ almost 5,000 people in the plastics industry. And then when we talk about those dependent industries, which include medical, construction, packaging, et cetera, that would be almost 200,000 employees. So representing about 300 million in payroll and 30 million in taxes. So I work with the sustainability team in the organization, and we work with our members. As you imagine, for the plastics industry, sustainability is a very core priority for us. We love to say that we love plastic and we hate plastic waste. We want to make sure that we are addressing the issues and challenges that surround the sustainability of plastics and work to improve them. We do those in 3 different kind of priority areas. We promote plastic circularity. We want to eliminate plastic waste in the environment. And we want to make sure that we're using resources responsibly, the ones that we use to make plastics, but also those plastics themselves. So in talking today, I'm also going to talk pretty quickly because I want to make sure that there's definitely a lot of time for questions. I think it's a pretty simplistic question to ask, but what is recycling? If you ask a lot of people, they think it's an action. They think that it's an act that they are doing, putting the PET bottle in the blue bin. I guess at which point magic converts it into something new. It's not an action, it's a process. It's actually a bunch of different steps, all of which that need to happen correctly for something to be actually recycled, right? And that is true for plastics as well as many other materials. A lot of the things that we talk today are not unique to plastics, right? So when we talk about the challenges that exist for us, the great thing about that is the opportunities to improve plastics recycling will also improve for other materials, metals, glass, fiber, etc.
Ladies.
So when we talk about that process of recycling, I like to talk about it in 4 different buckets. So that's collection, sortation, processing, and conversion. But the other thing that I want to make sure that we talk about very clearly at the beginning is that recycling is different everywhere you are. So like we often say, I'm sure that you as politicians can appreciate this, much like politics, recycling is local. It depends on where you're at in your community, even where you may live within that community. So we want to make sure that that's important because acceptance rates, what materials are accepted, differ widely across the United States. In 2021, the Sustainable Packaging Coalition published an access study, and it showed various acceptance rates for materials across the United States. So, for example, aluminum cans in non-deposit states were accepted in 89% of locations, whereas PET water bottles, beverage bottles, were accepted in 87%, right? Really high, but that's not everything. So if you talk about polystyrene, not expanded polystyrene, but polystyrene itself extruded, that's 37%. And that actually matches the acceptance rate for other things like aluminum foil, which people are often surprised is not just accepted everywhere. We travel a lot and I often give presentations on how to recycle. And one of the things that I often tell people that's very surprising is paper napkins. Paper napkins are not widely recyclable everywhere. But then you could also say, who here thinks that a pizza box is recyclable, right? So over 90% of paper mills in the United States will accept a pizza box. So pizza boxes are actually very widely recyclable in the United States as well. Now, the mills are different than the communities. Some communities choose not to because they're worried about food waste and rodents and things like that, but they are able to be recycled and they are very widely recycled. So that's why, many of the misconceptions about recycling are shared amongst the materials. So when we talk about collection, I think in popular culture, we often think of it as that blue bin that I mentioned, where we are trucking that out to our curb, where then someone picks it up and it again goes away magically, right? That's true many places. In fact, about 50% of communities in the United States and people or citizens in the United States, households, have access to curbside recycling. That's not necessarily true for New Hampshire. In New Hampshire, 71% of your households actually recycle via drop-off, community drop-off, which is actually that second image there. That's actually taken from the Newark Post's recycling center that opened in 2021. But also there are other forms of recycling besides curbside and community drop-off. There are things like store drop-off, so often a very common way to collect things like film, but also batteries, printer cartridges, etc. There are also mail-in recycling options as well for certain types of products where it's really important to recycle them, but there's not necessarily a lot of concentration of that material in one geographic location. So there are different ways to collect it, but we have to collect it first. We as an industry have invested billions of dollars in recycling technology, and we as parts of our coalitions like the Recycling Partnership and others have invested even more or additional money in improving things like collection. But if someone can't get it in the bin or they don't put it in the bin in the first place, like all of that is for naught. So when we think about collection, we can improve that in 3 different ways. We can discuss access, we can discuss engagement, and then we can also talk about education. Those are 3 important things around how we can improve collection. So in access, let's talk about the National Recycling Access. So these numbers come from the Recycling Partnership's most recent report published in January of this year. 73% of communities have access to some form of recycling, whether that's curbside or in those community drop-offs. 27% don't. In New Hampshire, which are those numbers in the center, 95% of single-family households have access. Unfortunately, multifamily is 6%. Now, I will put a big caveat here. So the Recycling Partnership in particular is really focused on equitable access, which is really important. They want to make sure that it's as easy for you to throw it away as it is to recycle it and vice versa. So when they're talking about this number, that is equitable access. That does not necessarily work super well in New Hampshire, where you have such a very high community drop-off for recycling. But it does mean that it is easier for people to throw things away than it is to recycle. When we talk about engagement, right, that's the next half. Just because you have it doesn't mean you do it. So nationally, 59% of people who have access to recycling actually do it. It's a little bit less in New Hampshire at about 50%. And what does that mean specifically for you as a state? It means that you are losing 172,000 pounds of material to landfill or incineration that could otherwise be recycled. We want to make sure that that engagement number is up. And how do we do that? That's actually through education, right? So when I mentioned that recycling is different everywhere, it's incredibly complex, and we recognize that. But ensuring that people understand and are confident in how they can recycle where they're located is really important. So this is an example of Portsmouth's work with Waste Management, or WM now, excuse me, to talk about the kinds of items that they do accept and don't accept. Those vary. Again, why does that vary? We can talk about that during the discussion, but it's just true that not every location accepts every single type of material in the same way. Also, what that really helps with is trust and building trust in recycling. We actually see decreased rates of the trust in recycling overall in the United States, which is really unfortunate. If you don't believe that recycling is actually happening, then you are less likely to actually do that. And it unfortunately becomes a little bit of a spiral, right? That if you don't do it, then your recycling rates are low, and then people say recycling is a myth, and so more people become discouraged. So we want to make sure that we are showing that recycling is happening and that it is important, and giving people the information that they need to feel empowered. That's like why Plastics Industry Association has worked on a new initiative called Recycling is Real, where we've created a series of videos and we're engaging with people to actually show companies recycling and converting plastics and other materials into new products. When we move on to sortation, so for single stream, the curbside material, much of that needs to be sorted because it includes multiple materials in the same location. This is a photo of a material recovery facility from where that happens. So this is at the very beginning of that process, where many conveyors and a very manual process of people sitting there and picking out potential contaminants. Whenever I go to MRFs, I always ask them, what's your favorite contaminant you've seen? The sheer number of bowling balls that get recycled is staggering. That, by the way, is called wish cycling, where people put something into the bin because they really hope, but they're not sure that it is actually recyclable. If you don't know that something is recyclable, please do not put it in the bin, because that increases contamination. And contamination is a really big issue because this process is very, very expensive relative to everything else, making sure that we are separating these things in a very efficient way. And as such, if loads of material are too contaminated, they are rejected by material recovery facilities and they are then sent directly to landfill. So all that other great material and all of your, fellow neighbors and the great work that they did gets diverted along with that. There are no MRFs in New Hampshire, unfortunately. There are 400 in the United States, but there are some pretty close ones around here. There's, I think, 5 pretty close in Massachusetts. There's one in Maine, and there's one in New Vermont as well. And I can provide that information afterwards if people are interested in seeing where those are. If you've never been to a MRF, I really encourage you to go. They're fascinating. They have a lot of really cool technology that they work with, such as size filters, magnets, and eddy currents to separate metals out. They can classify by shooting jets of air to separate different types of paper or different types of plastics. They also use optical sorters. That's the image on the right. And then robotics, which is that image there in the center. Many MRFs now are really investing in both optical sortation and robotics. These are 2 types of equipment that really enable them to very quickly adapt to the incoming waste streams that evolve over time. What we recycle now is very different than we recycled in the 90s. For example, we're not reading as much on newspapers, unfortunately. So there's just less newspaper that's going into these MRFs. And so, but there is, however, more flexibles or more other types of plastics. And so having options and technologies that can sort those out is really key. And it's also very expensive. An optical sorter can be up to $2 million, right? So it is something that is very expensive for them to do and takes a while. Once we have all that material collected and baled, it is then sent to other locations. Those are processors, like plastics recyclers, like film or fiber pulpers, things like that, smelters. And in our industry, when we're talking about how we recycle that, there are a few common steps. But again, depending on the type of material that you as a company are accepting into your facility, those can vary very widely. And that can include size reduction, which is a really nice way to say shredding, right? Making it smaller so it's easier to handle. We can then screen out specific items like contaminants like metals and glass that inevitably find their way into our recycling facilities. We can wash off all of the food contamination that not everybody has done a great job of rinsing off, whether that's hot or cold. We can then also float and sink. So one of the things that we often like to encourage people to do if you have a PET bottle is to put that cap back on, right? So we need to remember to keep that cap on. That way that very small cap, which is less than 2 inches, by the way, and a fun fact for everybody here, if an item is less than 2 inches by 2 inches in two different, different directions, it will not be recycled, right? So straws, not readily recyclable through automatic processes, but neither are business cards. Neither are many small pieces of paper or aluminum foil wrappers, right? So very small items don't make it through those MRFs. And so when we float and sink separation enables us to be able to separate out that PET and that polypropylene cap that is used on top of those products. And then once we have those separated and cleaned and washed, we extrude them and then make pellets out of them so that we can then send them along the process. Those are called mechanical. And mechanical is the very classic way that we think about recycling in the United States and elsewhere. There are also a growing amount of other recycling technologies in the plastics industry. Some people call them advanced. I think that there are some pretty amazing mechanical recycling innovations. So generally they don't like it when we call these advanced, and I totally get that. So it's generally advanced, molecular, or chemical. And these are technologies that enable us to recycle materials that are too degraded. So if you recycle a PET bottle a certain number of times, over time it gets a little grayer and a little bit yellower. That's for a lot of reasons: food contamination, the heat process itself. And so after too long, we need to recycle that and remake new polymers. By the way, that number is 6, and I think they find really interesting when I say our issues are the same as other issues. You can only really typically recycle fiber 6 times as well before it needs to be discarded. But the difference between fiber products like paper and plastics is that we can take those materials and we can make them into new products again through technologies like purification, depolymerization, or a form of conversion like gasification or pyrolysis that makes a very basic feedstock that's much like oil or natural gas that we then use to make plastics all over again. This also really helps for certain types of applications like medical or food contact, where we want to make sure that those contamination rates are very, very low. And then finally, when we talk about conversion, right? So in the United States, we recycle about 6 billion pounds of recycled plastics each year. That's a really great number, but it's candidly not enough. That reflects to somewhere between 8 and 10% of recycling a year. It's not a great number, but it's also very misleading compared to other types of products or materials, because that number in our denominator includes the amount of plastic that is used in cars and in other durable applications. Whereas in other materials, those can be those are less common, and so their recycling rates are often reflected to be very high. We'll talk a little bit about, when we talk about specific product types, how those can work in a different way. The conversion process is complicated, and using recycled content, especially mechanically recycled content, is not necessarily easy. It, as a material, tends to be more expensive. There's a premium relative to virgin because obviously there were a lot more costs associated with the processing of that material. And also that process, especially mechanically, could impact the mechanical or aesthetic appearances of those products, like viscosity. So imagine anticipating having to work with something that kind of flowed like maple syrup, and then instead having to deal with something that flowed like honey. Right? So those are very different. And as we try to use our molds to make new plastics, we have to think about those in different ways. So when often I talk about this, and that's collection, sortation, and processing, people are always like, so the product tends to have, aesthetic differences, which are really important to communicate to consumers so that they don't look at a gray bottle and think something's wrong with that package and they don't want to buy it. It's more expensive, and people love to say that they want to buy more recycled content. If you ask them, over 70% of people will say that they're willing to pay more for recycled content. But I think that if you ask those people if they went to church, if they voted somewhere outside of New Hampshire where you'll have a much higher engagement rate, or floss, like they're also going to say that they do that really high. It's really easy to say it. It's not necessarily as easy to show it and actually do it in real life. So it's a challenge for us. But how are we doing? So if we talk about recycling rates, as I mentioned earlier about that national recycling rate, we actually say in the United States that we recycle, our total recycling rate is about 32% of material. Not great. We definitely want to do better, and we're working on ways to do better on that. But I want to go back one more slide before we jump to that. But we also want to look at like state recycling rates. So your overall recycling rate in New Hampshire, and this is a source from Ball, the company that makes glass jars. This is their 50 States of Recycling 2.0 that they just published. Your overall recycling rate is 23%, with aluminum at 29%, but PET recycling, right? So those materials that we're using in packaging, also 29%. If we look, and this is also from the Recycling Partnership State of Recycling Report, those numbers compared nationally versus New Hampshire, they vary widely, but we do see that especially for very common types of plastics packaging, we do recycle them in ways that are somewhat comparable to those other types. So we want to make sure that we are all working together to increase recycling overall. But if it's so expensive and it's difficult to work with, why do we do it? Candidly, there are a lot of benefits to recycling, and I think that we can talk a little bit more about that during the discussion if you're interested. I just want to summarize a few here quickly, right? So here is the current benefit of recycling to the New Hampshire economy through metals and other forms, electronics. Electronic recycling is actually very common here in New Hampshire. And what I'll also point out is as we grow recycling, that is really great for jobs. So for every 10,000 pounds of material that goes to landfill, that relates to about one job. For every 10,000 pounds of material that's recycled, that's 90 jobs. So more recycling is more jobs. Also, we know that a little bit less than half of the material that goes to New Hampshire landfills comes from out of state. Rather than being paid for it once, recycling enables you to be paid for it twice, both when it's collected and then when you sell it again. It promotes resiliency, right? So we understood during COVID that we actually had a very fragile supply chain globally. And so having recycled content internally enables us to be able to help kind of smooth out some of those bumps. It's also just candidly resource conservation, right? So many of the things that we use are finite, and so we want to make sure that we are using them for as long as possible at the highest use possible. But that's also means less energy and less water use. So recycled content versus material. So it takes 75% less energy to generally recycle a product than it does to manufacture it from a raw material. So making sure that that's really important. And then landfill diversion. New Hampshire has a goal to reduce a certain amount of your landfill over time. And so by being able to recycle that, it's really important. And then talking very loosely, again, I'll discuss a lot of this during discussion if you have questions, but thinking about policies that can really help support recycling here in New Hampshire, thinking about things like increasing access, right? Recognizing that multifamily access is so low. How do we increase that? How do we enable that everybody can recycle as easily as they can landfill? Increasing and developing in-state sortation and processing. How can you actually collect and sort that material inside the state of New Hampshire rather than exporting it, because sorted material is more valuable even if it's being processed elsewhere? And then even again, going a step further and processing it here as well. New Hampshire has already done one thing to help with that in the advanced recycling space, is recognizing that advanced recycling is manufacturing and so is permitted as such. We can also support demand, and that can be by establishing minimum recycled content standards that I think are real and attainable for types of products. That's a really great way to actually pull product through that entire process. Because if there's a demand at the end, if people really want this or need this, we will find ways, we will innovate. It is a signal to invest. And then also using the power of the purse, right? Preferential state purchasing. You do recognize that recycled content is ideal. And so finding ways to further encourage that is really great. One caveat here I will say is I think that there is a goal of trying to make sure that you use the product that has the most recycled content. You want to make sure that you are thoughtful comparing apples and oranges. So 100% paper product and a 30% PET bottle, for example, they will have different greenhouse gas, energy costs, and things. So recognizing that from a life cycle analysis perspective, you will still want to make sure, or it's ideal to make sure that you are choosing the one with the lowest environmental footprint. And then extended producer responsibility and return to deposit schemes. These are a really great way to pay for this. Like I said, this equipment is very expensive. Trying to find ways to incentivize and educate people on how to actually collect and recycle the material is really, really important. I think over time, the industry has evolved and we are very supportive of good EPR. What is good EPR, right? So it's realistic. It includes, it's not punitive. It includes all materials that go into the bin and other things to consider, which we can talk about during discussion. And then return deposit schemes. Many people know those as bottle bills. So that's actually a really, really effective way to collect. Those states that have bottle bills actually have a significantly higher recycling rate for those products compared to those who don't. And they are not necessarily just for bottles. They're used widely throughout other materials as well. But they are a really great policy tool. So with that, I want to save time for questions. And so I want to thank everybody for your patience as I flew through those slides.
Thank you, Mr. Krieger. That was very interesting. My question is, what I find as a consumer, recycler, person who recycles, whatever, with our transfer stations in New Hampshire, as you know, we bring our trash to a collection point and they have, recycling bins that you can put things in. There are certain things that they won't take that are, the number 3s or 4s or 5s or 6s of, the little number that's in the little triangle. And if they may take them, but they can't be blue or black colored. And so people find that very frustrating, that because they want to recycle these materials, but we have issues with municipalities rejecting them because maybe they can't find a market to sell them to or get them to. How do we work with that?
I think, first of all, I recognize that is very frustrating. I also recycle at home and I'm like, okay, what can I recycle here? What can't I? So I think there's two different things that we can do to address those issues. One, we as an industry are working on things like designing for recycling, ensuring that the products that we make more closely conform to the recycling system that we have in the United States. You mentioned colored versus clear. Colored products often tend to be very difficult to recycle because they tint the end result. And so when a company then wants to buy that material on the other side, they want to use it in a colored application. So it becomes very challenging. So thinking about ways to encourage clear, and not necessarily just clear, but things like that. Making sure that we are designing parts so that they can be easily removed so that we don't contaminate different types of streams, which is often a similar problem why some items get rejected. But then we also on the back end are working on new technologies that will enable us to collect those materials. So, or recycle those materials. A really great example is a collaborative that's happening in Houston, Texas. So that is work that's being done by Cyclix, Exxon, LyondellBasell, and a few other organizations. I apologize for skipping their names, but they have community drop-off hubs in Kingwood, Texas, and other locations, and they enable you to just put all of your plastics into a bag, which makes it actually really easy to recycle it. You can put it all in the same bag and then put it in there. And then Cyclix will then separate all of that material, and those colored products and those products that wouldn't necessarily be able to have an individual market can then be recycled through advanced recycling technologies.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So as a parent of 3 children, I can tell you that my mind goes to places that it just nearly explodes some days when we're looking at toys or sporting equipment or any of those types of things. And we work really hard to try and find those mail-in or rebate places or drop-off in-store centers, and they're few and far between, to be honest. So I guess my question to you would be, where does EPR fit in this whole conversation around specifically kid-oriented and family-oriented things that we use in our daily lives?
Yeah, I love that question because I think that parents do have a lot of challenges because of the types of products that they have, and and they get so many from every single birthday, and they sometimes just show up from school, but also the types of packaging that is, single serve packaging for kids. It's a challenge. First of all, I commend you for looking for reuse options. So when we talk about that waste hierarchy, we do want to make sure that we are thinking about recycling as the last option, right? So we do want to reduce. If you don't need these products, don't buy these products. Find ways to reuse them, or be able to donate them and find ways to extend their lives that way. EPR can be very helpful in those, for what we often call like large bulky items, because they can help incentivize the collection of those materials in some way, either through the deposits. I will say that that you need to construct EPR in such a way that is thinking about those kinds of objects. Most EPR in the United States and other places are really focused on packaging, right? And so, and most of the materials that we are recycling in our communities and MRFs, et cetera, are packaging items. So those items can be addressed by EPR in some ways, but thinking about policies specifically that could encourage that, such as grant programs, the EPA has been working on those right now to increase recycling and new innovative collection methods.
Representative Boschman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. This is all very new to me. So one thing that we heard in previous testimony, and I'm sorry if I missed this, is the percentage of a plastic product that is able to be recycled, and then in terms of creating new plastic items, that only a small percentage of that new product can include recycled products. So I don't remember the percentage, right? But I think it was something like, even if you create a bottle with recycled plastic, that at least 30% of it had to be virgin plastic. So it seems like it might help a little, but my question is, do you have any information on that? Like, what is the percentage that can be used in a new product, I guess? Thank you for letting me talk through that.
Sure. And yes, it varies per product. And the reason being is because of that mechanically recycled aspect, where there are, again, aesthetic issues or also mechanical issues, where as we recycle these products, that it may, again, they may become more brittle over time, things like that. So in some applications, we do need to incorporate new virgin material to help kind of support that, or use other forms of additives. That is not, that there's not like a single number, like no product can only have 30%. In fact, a PET bottle can have 100% post-consumer mechanically recycled content in it. For example, the PET bottle itself. Certain large blown film applications, like for certain jug types that are made out of high density polyethylene are they may need up to 20% virgin, right? So that isn't able to select it. So the challenge is by material it differs, and then the added complication is with advanced recycling we can then enable 100% recycled content as well. So there's no great number right there that really currently exists. I'm sorry to say, but it would vary by product. And we want to make sure how we can increase it more and more.
Follow up? Sure. Thank you. You noted, oh, there are these specific ones. Do you have any sense of, again, I'm looking, if you don't have the number, but is that more than it's not? Is it a small number that is like 100% recycled materials? Is that 1%? Can you give me some idea of like what we're talking about here in terms of what's, what is able to be recycled?
I hear you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I hear you. And yeah, we're veering into speculation. So recognize this is a scientific wild guess. But that number is actually very high, right? So more and more we are increasing our ability to use more and more mechanically recycled content. So for rigid products, things that have large wall thicknesses, things like that, we can have much higher content, somewhere closer to 75, even up to 100%. For things that are very, very thin or very, very flexible, like films, making sure that we have the ability that they still be able to not have holes, which is kind of counterproductive to a film bag, and for example. Those numbers vary, and post-consumer recycled content can be somewhere like 15 to 20%. Post-industrial content, which is much cleaner, which has fewer contamination, and has gone through fewer heat cycles, you can increase that even further, maybe to 30-40%.
Representative Bixby and then Representative Potenza.
Yeah. So one challenge seems to with mechanical recycling is, excuse me, is the potential contamination, and this can come from both what was in the container that was recycled, and also what is in the plastic that is being recycled to get there. So all plastics have various plasticizers and other things that change the color and the radiation or UV resistance, et cetera, and those things can make it unacceptable for food contact. So it seems like the chemical recycling or advanced recycling might be a better option for food contact. First of all, so the question is in a couple of parts. One is, is there a possibility of using mechanically recycled material for food contact? And how can we increase the amount of chemically recycled material for that would be available for food contact, because that would definitely you have more control over the final product there. Are we at a point of being at a scale where that's going to be useful for a broad swath of the food containers?
Sure. And I may miss aspects of that, so please feel free to keep me honest, and if I miss those. But yes, so mechanically recycled content can be used in food contact applications. It's actually widely used right now. We do love to see more recycled content in general, which also means in those food contact applications, right? I just gave an example of a PET soft drink bottle that can be mechanically recycled at 100%. So we have the ability to do that. It does require a very specific observation of how that material is collected and processed. And we work with the FDA to make sure that those products at the end of the day do not have the contaminants, or the contaminants that are in them are below appropriate levels, so that they can be used in food contact. So So yes, we do that. Yes, we are working more and more to enable us to recycle more of those products through mechanically recycled, which, and I would like to say, like, we really support mechanically recycled products. Like, so compared to advanced recycling, it does have a lower energy input, and it is lower cost. And so if a product can be mechanically recycled, it should be mechanically recycled. We would love to see more of that. So I think one of the other parts of that is how can we increase that? So there's a few different ways. So we are increasing investment in those kinds of cleaning technologies that enable us to remove odors, to promote the cleaning and filtering of the products themselves, things like that. So we are working in those spaces, and we are increasing that amount of content. I will say that the amount of mechanically recycled content that is approved for food contact does not meet the projected demand. So if you look at what brands have made for their commitments, we cannot currently meet that with that mechanically recycled content. So we will need to increase that supply, and then also help cover the difference with advanced recycled content.
Representative Potenza? And then Representative Murray.
I just had a question concerning New Hampshire specifically, and if you knew where our recycling is going and being processed. And then I have another question.
I don't have that information. I apologize, but there are several local ones, and it makes much more sense from an economic perspective for those to go very local. So New Hampshire, Massachusetts, or Maine, not New Hampshire, excuse me, Vermont.
Do you have a follow-up?
So I lived in on the seacoast in New Hampshire, and so we had a transfer station in Rye, and I got to know those guys really well. I worked for a water company, so I followed like plastics with water bottles and all that for a long time, and huge thing about recycling. And it was, and they explained to me, and most people just really didn't know. So I just kind of wanted to, about New Hampshire just in specific. So people would come there and they'd have, certain buckets for certain things. Of course, you couldn't recycle any caps on bottles and all of that. You have to put your caps separate, because they're all colored caps, all that kind of stuff. So, but glass, for example, everybody was, rinsed out all their stuff and threw their glass there, but they weren't taking that. It was in a big bin, and all that glass was just going into a landfill, but everybody thought that was being recycled. And there's also these single streams that are going on all across New Hampshire where they think that their stuff is sorted and recycled, and it's not. It's going straight to landfill. So I just didn't know if you could speak to any of that. These gentlemen at that transfer station told me, the absolute truth. And so people were going there and, doing their due diligence, but it wasn't, And they told me there's nothing really happening here in New Hampshire. Most of that stuff, once China stopped taking our recycling, we were in a real pickle. So I'd love you to speak to some of that if you have any information.
Sure, happy to do that. So I'm going to jump around. Apologies on that. So the China point. So most recycling on the East Coast did not go to China. So most of that would happen in the United States. So that reference, by the way, is in 2017, China decided that they would no longer accept mixed materials, so plastics and paper. That was primarily on the West Coast. So in addition, in the United States, we recycle more than 90% of the material that is collected here, and we import a very small percentage of that to other locations. Those locations are primarily Mexico and Canada. So glass and glass recycling, I don't work for the glass industry, but I would say in their defense that they would also love their material to be recycled as well. Often when that is collected separately, and a lot of materials are sometimes collected separately for a myriad of reasons, some of which is their community requires it. Some of it is that those markets may be commercially viable sometimes, and sometimes they're not. And so they separate them, and they continue to separate them for the opportunities when they can sell those, for profit. And then sometimes that they do that because it enables them to not have that contamination in another stream. Like I mentioned, so sometimes people really want to recycle certain items, they have it in their head. And so if you don't source separate it there, they'll just put it somewhere else. But there are a myriad of reasons why a MRF might collect something but not actually recycle it. And, it is very, very context specific.
Representative Murray.
Thank you thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So one of the questions that I did have was around multi-layer packaging, and so things like potato chip bags, squeezy food pouches, dog food, cat food, you name it, treat bags. Is that better suited for something like the advanced chemical type of recycling versus the mechanical? And could you speak to, generally that stuff often ends up in a landfill. So can you speak to the direction that that's going?
Sure. So multi-laminates. First of all, what are multi-laminate films? So they have multiple different layers of, they're often not one specific type of polymer. And all of those different layers have a different function. They may be something to print on that you can have high impact printing on. They may be a layer that is actually a vapor barrier, or a barrier that is tear resistant, or that so that there's structural integrity to the package itself. It may be a UV blocker, things like that, moisture. The reason that they tend to have multiple layers is because each one of those layers is doing a different role. Now, as an industry, we are looking at innovations to simplify those and to have more what are called monomaterial flexibles. And we're doing a lot of really, really cool things on that, where it's, where we orient the polymers one direction, and then we take another layer and we orient the polymers another direction. It's very cool and very technical. So we are looking to innovate more towards that idea of design for recycling to make it easier to potentially mechanically recycle these in the future. But for those multi-laminates that we currently have, yes, advanced recycling is a really is a very helpful option to be able to recycle those. And I'd also point out the reason that we use those multi-laminates is because they are so much more convenient for people. Like, it's like, well, why do we use those? Because, we really like to have those products, and they actually have much lower like carbon footprints and other items and costs associated to it versus other materials.
Thank you. Representative Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned earlier, and maybe I missed something along the way, but all of the New England states, it sounds like, have the sorting centers, or MRFs as you called them. Do you know why we do not have one in New Hampshire?
I don't know why you don't have one in New Hampshire. I'd love you to have one in New Hampshire.
Follow up. Is there legislation that goes along with getting something like that going, or is it more of like a personal business type of situation?
So there are obviously business decisions, and those MRFs are most often in the United States are privately run, right? So a really great example I mentioned earlier is WM. WM doesn't just do landfills; they also do a lot of sortation. So they make economic decisions on the ability to aggregate enough material that it becomes economically viable to invest. But there are other items such as permitting or tax incentives, things like that, that can attract specific businesses.
Representative Howard, and then Representative Bixby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I have two questions that are sort of not related to each other. The first one is, in my town, the head of the DPW, it keeps changing things around to save money or to not spend as much money. And I was wondering, do we pay these centers to take our trash, or do they buy it from us, our recyclables? And my second question is, in the news recently there was news of millions of plastic particulates in water bottles, and I'm just wondering if that's safe for people, or if you guys are working to mitigate that.
Sure. So taking those in order. So typically a community will contract with a station, and I don't, and I will confess that I don't necessarily know like the relationships for everybody in New Hampshire. What I will say is that the idea of EPR is really helpful because it can help support the costs of those so that you don't have somebody constantly trying to change things around to make something more economically viable. On the topic of microplastics or nanoplastics in bottles, so that is currently an area of study. I work in sustainability, and so this is rapidly outside my knowledge zone. What I will say is that I think that the United Nations did a study in 2019 of microplastics, and they found that yes, while we do ingest microplastics at very, very small amounts, we also pass a large percentage of those out straight through, and that there's no really great data right now that understands that health impact. So we as an industry are investing in more research. We encourage more research in this area, not just of the detection for high impact like articles to discover these items, but the next step for that is there a health impact as well? So we are working on that to explore those impacts.
One last question, Representative Bixby.
Yeah, in the most recent issue of the American Scientist, there was a piece about a group at Colorado State University that is working on something called multi-block polymers that would have the polymer bonds would be easier to be broken down in a recycling process. And I'm wondering if this is something that is anywhere near being available for being used broadly, and how that sort of thing might be separated from other sorts of plastics.
I will confess that I'm not familiar with that article in multi-block polymers. So in general, what I would say is that, and I'm guessing based on that description, is that these are blocks within the polymer chain that enable them to break down easier. So that would that could conceivably be more efficient. Like it could make forms of advanced recycling more efficient. It's not necessarily valuable to mechanical recycling where we're not breaking those polymer chains down.
Right.
So I'm speculating here. I would be happy to take a look at it and follow up with you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And thank you so much again for coming to New Hampshire to come and speak with us and give us this presentation and take our questions. We really appreciate the time that you've taken, and thank you.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate it.
All right. All right. We are adjourned until 1 o'clock, so go have some lunch, and we'll see you back later for our work sessions. I'd like our members to please take their seats. Environment and Agriculture members, please take your seats. Your second. Your seat is number 2. All right, we'll get ourselves settled in and good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everybody back to Environment and Agriculture. This afternoon, we have a series of bills that we're going to talk about in full committee work session. I'm going to open up this committee work session. We will start by our discussion with, excuse me, HB 1182, which seeks to add certain equine practices to the definition of animal cruelty. And I'd like to open it up for discussion with our committee members to see what our thoughts are regarding this legislation. Anybody have any thoughts? Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my thought is in the discussion, cruelty is already defined as all of the items that were listed. And I think that by narrowing, although we would think that this would be broadening, that when we start listing things, we will forget things. And I believe that our animal cruelty laws that we worked on quite extensively to get to where it is today covers the issues at hand in this legislation.
Any other comments from the committee? Representative Jutsi. Go ahead, and then Representative Smart. Don't duke it out over there, you know.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is a fairly modest bill, and it addresses some things that are quite egregious that some people may not consider that they are cruel. They're more in the area of competitive advantages. So I don't see any harm in modifying the cruelty to add, I believe it's these 4 issues. Thank you.
Representative Smart.
Hi. I agree that these are heinous, these practices. But I think if we start listing things that are cruel to animals or anything, we run a risk of leaving something out if we're too specific, whereas a general definition of cruelty covers everything in one fell swoop. And I think in this instance, the problem is that when people see this, they're not coming forward with it. And maybe education might be the way to go rather than passing a bill. Because there are already things in place to bring in animals from out of state for shows, horses. They need to have a health certificate from a federally licensed veterinarian. I would think that would be picked up then, because this is not stuff the health certificate has to be within 30 days.
Are you talking about HB 1182?
Is that the animal practices, right? Animal cruelty.
That's with the
equine.
The
right?
equine, yeah.
Yeah. And so, and in the state of New Hampshire, these are not practiced. It's and for showing purposes, to sell your animal, bring your animal out of state, to show your animal, to sell it, I don't think the Deerfield Fair is the place that they're going to be doing that. We don't have large horse shows here, like in some of the other states, like New York, where they have specific, it's an equine country. You have these big farms. So I think that this is a non-starter. There's no way to enforce it. So that's,
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question or just
Your
comment.
comment.
Here.
Yeah,
thank you.
we're just
Yeah,
just
comment.
very loosely talking about this and what our thoughts are as a committee.
Sure, and I think to the member's point, Representative Smart was talking about Coggins, and Coggins are used either through like interstate transport for horse shows or in the sale of an animal, and I think that's what she might be referencing.
they also have to have a health certificate
Yep.
saying they don't have any communicable diseases besides the Coggins test.
Right.
Representative Bixby, you had a comment?
Yeah, yeah, I was, kind of on the fence about this until it was, the issue was mentioned that, excuse me, sometimes prosecutors are hesitant to, work under the existing animal cruelty law because they don't think they're necessarily going to win the case because it's not specific enough. And I think that this will, this would provide the specificity that a prosecutor might need in order to actually bring and win the case.
Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm horrified that this kind of thing is still going on. And if the animal cruelty laws were all it took, it wouldn't be happening. And I think to have some specificity is better than not having any. It doesn't mean that it will cover all conditions, but it will cover these, and I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just wondering if the members think that this would be a preventative bill rather than a punitive.
I do have.
You know, quite frankly, I don't think that this would be a preventative at all. I mean, to me, animal cruelty is pretty much well defined. In RSA 644:8, H. Oh, well, no, here it says in the section, cruelty shall include but not be limited to acts or omissions injurious or detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of any animal, including the abandoning of any animal without proper provision for its care, sustenance, and protection or shelter. And I think that's really broad enough to include hoof soring, gingering, tail nicking, tail blocking, which are all detrimental to the health and safety and welfare of the animal. So to then clutter up this statute with specific kinds of injuries opens the door to have, you know, a whole list of stuff that is already covered under the first line of this statute. So for me, I mean, especially USEF, the Equine Federation, they have policies, they have pre-competition checks. The community already is self-policing. And the fact is that people are, what we heard in testimony is that people are not reporting it. Well, that's not the statute's fault that people are not reporting it. And I don't agree. I'm sorry, Representative Bixby. I think that a prosecutor could certainly say that these practices fall under 644:8, Section 1, absolutely. But Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to piggyback on what you said, what we heard in testimony was that people would not come forth and let others know that this was happening so that the animal cruelty laws could not be enforced. By adding this isn't going to make them come forth any more than they already do now. I think the key is to educate the people that when they see this, that they need to call law enforcement or the state vet. Because that's the only way we're going to correct the issue. And that's what's not happening, as we heard in testimony, because people won't come forward.
So the purpose of this, Commissioner Jasper, you have your hand up?
personally called in by the police to help evaluate the condition. People
Thank-
call us all the time, and that's a real problem.
Thank you for that clarification. This would be an issue for law enforcement then, especially it's in the criminal code. So the purpose of a work session, I guess, is for us to try and figure out whether we want to put any amendments on legislation or not. And I don't know that we do, unless anybody has any ideas. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, my feeling is that, this doesn't need amending. I think that, I still think that it, does make sense, but, obviously I have some, I'm not, there's a little bit of disagreement about that, but I don't think that there's any way to improve it by amending it.
Okay. Representative Dutsey.
Yeah, my question would be, if we left it as it is and put this into law, wouldn't that put the horse shows on notice that if they come to New Hampshire and these practices, and they turn a blind eye to these practices, that they will in fact be prosecuted? I mean, and if we don't have that many horse shows in the state, I mean, you know, couldn't we have somebody from the Department of Agriculture go to the shows and just ensure that none of these practices are happening if other people will not go ahead and I mean, you know, if the show owners will not police themselves, then couldn't we have an entity? I mean, I don't know how many shows we have in a year. What, 2, 3? I mean, what's, you know, so I mean, that's not a stretch in terms of somebody taking an hour checking out all the horses. And if they do see these, you know, this cruelty, that they register a complaint and prosecute.
Well, you know, it's possible that the town or municipality that's hosting any particular equine event could send their animal control person to check out the animals or to look at the show, and they would be familiar enough, I believe, with the criminal code to know that, yeah, we are serious about what cruelty is and is not, and it is specifically in our statute, acts or omissions injurious or detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of any animal, and that's pretty clear. Representative Morse.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if perhaps instead of listing everything specifically as it's written currently, would you be more comfortable just adding something about cosmetic changes to an animal that could cause harm? Because perhaps there are people who see some of these things happening with horses and they don't recognize how harmful they can be. So if it's something tied into language that could be used for more animals, if it's just a, you know, harmful thing that's being done for cosmetic use instead of, you know, like leaving a dog out in the cold, that's obvious, right? That it's going to harm the animal. But when we're looking at things like show animals that are going under, you know, some distress because of things that they're doing to make them more favorable in the show ring, I'm not sure that I'm hearing that is necessarily covered in that RSA.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I sit here and listen, that we think people are going to change how they act because we put something in law. Some of this is already against the law federally, and they're still doing it. So they're already breaking the law here in the state of New Hampshire because there are federal laws outlawing these things. And I think by changing our animal cruelty laws, we're going to do more harm down the road than anything, because our laws are broad enough to cover everything. That if you injure an animal or don't permit the required shelter and everything else, then you can be prosecuted under the law.
Representative Germano.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies for coming in late. We all know this is the season where we've got bills off and other
Yeah.
committees, and
You missed the fruit cup.
oh, Of course. One of the things that I was unclear about when we had the hearing on this bill was that there were statements made about if we have our statute as it currently exists, and then if we added to that statute more precise language with regard to one animal, does that somehow make it more difficult for prosecutors to prosecute other cases of animal cruelty, right? Because these questions about, well, if it's not allowed in this particular set of circumstances, but it is not specific in other parts of the RSA, right? So there were questions raised about what works for prosecutors and what doesn't. And my concern is that we haven't heard from anybody who can actually answer that question. I would think it would be beneficial for us to hear from someone from the Attorney General's office to see if they think that this is a useful tool for them to have, or perhaps they think that getting specific over one species of animal, for example, is not helpful. But anyway, there were questions raised about what this might mean for prosecutions, and I don't think that any of us is in a position to really answer that question.
That's a good point. I would entertain speaking with the Attorney General's office about whether adding specific language would be beneficial or not. But I think it would seem that then you go down the road of specifying every single different kind of cruelty. And, I don't know.
And I think that's a question we could ask them. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Dutsey?
Yeah, it just seems to me if horse shows are the venue where this is most often seen, and we have 2 to 3 horse shows a year, and Madam Chair has said that maybe this is something that can be policed by the local municipality, and one must assume that the local municipality is reaping the benefit of financial benefits from having a horse show there, maybe people eating lunch and that kind of thing, then I think it should be amended so that that it's mandated that if a horse show is going to be in your municipality, that a police officer, it's mandated that they go an hour before the show or whatever and inspect all of the animals. I don't think that's a really big stretch.
Why would we limit it to just horse shows? I mean, there's dog shows,
because
there's cat shows. There's
No, but I mean, it's horse show. I mean, but we're talking about a bill that has 4 cruelties that are specific to horses. And so I think that's where we would want to start.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to Representative Dutsey's point, I just want to be clear here. There are many different disciplines of equine horse shows and equine competitions. So what is referenced here is generally in one certain genre of horse shows. So I just want it to be very clear when we're talking generally about horse shows, that's not, it's not necessarily the case that those things are applicable across all disciplines.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else? Representative Potenza.
Yeah, do we even know how many of those specific horse shows, that specific discipline are happening here in New Hampshire?
From testimony, I don't believe that there were any. So, all right, I'm gonna move on to the next bill, HB 1680, relative to prohibiting the sale of dogs and cats by retail pet shops. And I know that that's generated a lot of conversation on our emails. So, I mean, for my own thoughts on this is that, this is a bill we've heard before in this committee. I find it to be a anti-business bill. I think if we want to have the conversation about where these pet stores are sourcing their animals from, we can have that conversation, but I don't believe that banning any particular kind of business is what we should be doing. Representative Nab.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I would overall agree with that. I'm a little bit uncomfortable with banning a specific type of business, and it feels like that's a tough path forward in this state. But it does seem, it's troubling to me that there's actually not a lot of a lot of regulation around the sourcing of these animals, and that seems like that to me. That seems like a really common sense path forward to put some guidelines into the sourcing of them, and I think there might be some consideration there in the sourcing of animals that come in through shelters as well. I know personally, in looking for a dog, that there are a lot of shelters that offer dogs that probably do come from puppy mills, and it might be a positive thing. They're trying to rescue them from puppy mills. They're not trying to make profit off of them, but I think there's a question of understanding where dogs are coming from into the state. I don't want to restrict shelters because I think it's really important that shelters in New Hampshire are able to support shelters out of state that are overcrowded, and there's a demand in this state. But sorry, I feel like I'm rambling a little bit. But
No, that's
but I do think the consideration of sourcing, putting guidelines around sourcing is a really necessary path forward to ensure the health of these animals. And I would just comment that I was a little surprised we didn't hear from any of the pet stores, either by email or in testimony. And I do sort of wish we had. So thank you.
Sure. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, sort of following up on Representative Nab's point about sourcing, I think that there may be a real issue in terms of how animals are sourced, both by pet stores and by rescues and shelters, and that I think we heard in testimony from the I believe it was from the department that there is what the information we have about dogs coming into the state is really insufficient in order to be able to track their potential for carrying disease into the state, the possibility of them being brought from areas that either from breeders that are not following federal guidelines, or brought in from other countries where there is a higher prevalence of rabies and other zoonotic diseases. So I think that there's a bigger issue behind this bill than whether or not we have some number of pet stores in the state that are selling animals that may or may not have been sourced from puppy mills. And I also think that, especially given that this excludes the existing pet stores, there's going to be absolutely no market impact of the state of New Hampshire on puppy mills from the number that would come through retail pet stores. I think that another issue that is sort of parallel issue is, what about internet sales where there are where the actual transfer of the animal happens without any paperwork in a parking lot somewhere off a highway. Also, this bill would not do anything about that. I know people who have gotten animals that way, but that's something else that is, I think, a bigger issue in terms of problematic sourcing of animals. I think this bill does not address enough of the possible problems to make it worth passing.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with Representative Bixby as well. I think the underlying concern really is around sourcing, and also I agree that if we're not truly clear on where that ultimate source, whether it's in-state, out-of-state, internationally, these animals are potentially coming from, there is also a larger concern for zoonotic disease transfer if we don't even have a great handle on the sourcing.
I know that it was, I guess, Taylor Lavilli who had sent us an email that had state pet store sourcing. I'm trying to pull this up here. I can't get this. But she had list of different states and what some of their laws were having to do with pets being imported into the state. And I thought that was a document that was very, interesting to see statute from different states on how they control a little bit better the sourcing of these animals. So I'm going to see if I can't pull this up. And then in the meantime, Representative Comtois, you can. No.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So one of the things.
Do you have copies of the state dog and cat sourcing restrictions and breeder standards? Okay. Yeah, so thank you. If you can pass that along. You had a list of statute that Arizona, Connecticut, Louisiana, New Jersey, Ohio, and Virginia, they have different laws regarding how animals come into the state and how animals are sourced from different, licensed breeders versus unlicensed and so forth. So that's an interesting document I think we should take a look at. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I found interesting in the testimony is that pet vendors or people that transfer animals are required to have a health certificate within 14 days of transferring that animal. However, shelters are excluded. I think that there should be no exemption for any animal, whether it's in-state or out-of-state, and that all animals being transferred should have a health certificate, because that is the only way that we're going to make sure that people are getting healthy animals. And it's the only way we can hold the veterinarians are not going to put their license on the line if they're not transferring a healthy animal. And a health certificate, and the reason it's only good, and I'm not sure if we changed it from 10 to 14 days, but it's in that area. And the reason it's only good for that is because they're putting their license on the line that says, at this time, this animal was healthy. And they would not even guarantee that out more than 2 weeks. So if you did not transfer that animal within the 2 weeks, you would have to go back to the vet and get another health certificate. And I don't think any animal from a shelter, rescue, or pet vendor or pet store should be excluded from those requirements. And I really think that we have an opportunity to make sure that happens.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo the sentiments of a number of my colleagues regarding the need to really get to the root of the problem, which is sourcing. I think that if we were able to solve that problem, I think that the kinds of pet stores we're concerned about wouldn't be doing the business they're doing. So I completely agree with that. I do want to say that I was a little concerned during the testimony that we heard that there were moments when I felt like there was an attempt to kind of defend retail pet stores by casting aspersions on the work that shelters do. I feel like I've heard that echoed a number of times, and that concerns me because my understanding is when shelters, if you're getting a dog from a puppy mill, for example, at a shelter, it's because these dogs are still rescues. That is what they are, right? And this is an industry that produces, by design, far more animals than the market is going to be able to deliver to customers, I hate to use that term. But so when shelters are performing this work and some of those dogs are coming from these mills that we want to see discontinued, I just want to say we shouldn't be putting them in the same category as the kind of pet retailers that we're talking about. But ultimately, I think we do need to get to the root cause.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have had dogs from shelters and rescues, but I do believe that all animals, no matter where they come from, should have a health certificate. I think people have the right to know that they've been examined by a licensed veterinarian in the state. unless they're coming from out of state where they would have a different health certificate. But people have the right to know that they're getting a healthy animal. And the only way we can do that is if they have a health certificate, no matter where they come from.
Very quickly say, I'm sorry, I agree with Representative Comtois on that. I wasn't actually, even though it came after your comment, it was not meant to address your comment. So I understand why it seemed that way, but I assure you it was not intended that way.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so a minor correction I think it might just not have been come out very clearly about how about health certificates. Shelters, rescues, etc., do have to provide a health certificate if the animal is coming from out of state. The logic behind not requiring it from in-state was that, and this goes back more historically. I don't think this is as big an issue right now. Was that having to have a lot of health certificates done for animals in shelters that were gotten from in-state would put a burden on the nonprofits in terms of the cost of the health certificates, and that it would reduce the speed with which they could get the animals out to to people who would want to have them, take them as pets. I'm not saying that this is currently good a good policy. I'm just saying that historically that's the way it was. I think that it probably makes sense to revisit whether or not that exemption remains for in-state animals from and shelters. I don't think this bill is the place to do that re-examination. I think that it probably makes sense to do a bill next year that has to do with sourcing of animals. I don't think that this bill is the place to do that. I don't think amending this bill to do that is the right time and place to do that.
I agree. Any other comments? All right, thank you. We will move along to HB 1572, which is prohibiting using mRNA technology in food and requiring the labeling of lab-grown meat and food containing insects. How about, who wants to start off the conversation on that? Representative Sofakaitis and then Representative Potenza.
I would just say that as far as I'm concerned, this should be ITL.
Representative Potenza.
Okay, so this bill, I think it makes sense. I just got an article the other day about a beef producer that talked about that he would shut down his manufacturing if he was forced to have to inject his animals with mRNA technology. But I believe, just like what that was discussed during the hearing, when we've talked about a lot of things that are automatically labeled, that this is really coming, this is new technology, I get it. But I believe the federal government is going to have a role in this. With all of that said, I would recommend maybe we could put this into a interim study at this point. There's parts of the bill that I think are just unnecessary to be in there. I think this has to do with honesty in labeling. I've done a little research in regards with the bugs, and crickets are usually only listed as like cricket flour. Rarely they're put by their scientific name. So, and crickets are, I guess, the only thing that is actually used in food right now. That we've heard from, that are from the feds that the FDA allows or whatever. So I think that I like the idea, because I think we should have honesty in labeling. We should know what we're eating and where our food comes from. But that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. I just want to say that I had some conversations with a fellow named Aaron Hobbs, who is the executive director of the North American Coalition for Insect Agriculture. And he sent me an email and called me talking about this bill and basically let me know that the only insect that is allowed or permissible to be used as an ingredient in food purposefully, I mean, I know there's bug parts in some of our food anyway, but he said the only insect that is allowed by the FDA is crickets at this time. And he also said that with regard to labeling insects, based on federal law, all ingredients, and this is in federal law, he stated the chapter and everything. Ingredients required to be declared on the label or labeling of a food, including foods that comply with standards of identity, except those ingredients exempted by 101.100, shall be listed by common or usual name in descending order of predominance by weight on either the principal display panel or the information panel in accordance with the provisions of 101.2, except that ingredients and dietary supplements that are listed in the nutrition label in accordance with 101.36 need not be repeated in the ingredient list. So, you know, with regard to truth in labeling, if there is an insect in your food purposefully, it is supposed to be listed by its common or usual name. So that's by federal law. And with regard to the rest of the bill, I mean, I would like to know if there's lab-grown meat in my food, and I'd like to know if there's any other kind of bugs in my food, and I'd like to know if there's ingredients that contain some mRNA technology. It's no different than when we went through wanting to have labeled GMO stuff or milk that's got BST and hormones or any of the other ingredients that we're concerned about in our life. But by the same token, it seems to me that kind of labeling has to come from the federal government, because I don't know that each individual state can dictate what goes on labels. I think that becomes a problem, because then you have these producers that would have to have 50 different kinds of labels on their products. Anyway, that's kind of, I just wanted to let you know my conversation with Mr. Hobbs, and take it away, Representative Morse.
Thank you. I agree with what you just said. I think that when it comes to states labeling food and making those decisions, it starts to get very muddy. There was recently a study done that had 2% of the hot dogs that they tested had human DNA in them. So when we start to have these discussions about what is in our food and, you know, whether or not that's a fingernail or hair or whatever, who knows. But the point is, if we start to go down this road of the state of New Hampshire telling every single food company that they have to label every single thing, whether it's, you know, human DNA in your hot dog or, you know, mRNA technology or any of these things, I think that it becomes too difficult for us to do at the state level, and this is something that needs to be taken care of at a federal level.
Representative Bixby, and then Nab, and then Potenza.
Yeah, so mRNA has been around for hundreds of millions, if not billions of years. And biological organisms have developed enzymes that break down our RNA within hours to, at the most, days of the time that it enters the organism. In order to get mRNA to persist in something, it would be impossible with now today's technology, probably not even within, you know, hundreds of years of technology, to figure out how to grow an animal or a plant that would have mRNA that would function as a vaccine for whoever was consuming it. It's just not possible. In terms of mRNA and vaccines, it requires a vast amount of engineering to get the mRNA from the vaccine into the cell where it will express itself for a little while in order to create an immune response, and then it breaks down. If mRNA is injected into an animal, if you have an mRNA vaccine like the COVID vaccine that injected into an animal for a particular disease that they're trying to inoculate against, the mRNA from that will be destroyed within a day or two at the most. And what will be left will be the immune response, which will hopefully protect the animal from the disease. In terms of having this in our food supply, it's really a non-issue. And in terms of whether it's something that a particular farmer will want to use on his or her animals or not, that is a choice that the farmer gets to make.
Okay, and as far as I know, I've been informed that there's no farm animals in New Hampshire that have had any kind of mRNA vaccinations available to them. I don't know, that's kind of what I heard from the testimony, was that it's not available to anybody yet.
Yeah, I believe that there is one swine vaccine that uses mRNA technology. It was in one of the links of something that was presented by one of our someone who tested. Oh, actually, from the commissioner, that's, I believe it's being used in in North Carolina and maybe one other state.
Not in New Hampshire.
Not in,
No.
There was no mention of it being used in New Hampshire.
We'll get there.
Representative Nab?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to agree with you and Representative Morse and remind people that the commissioner, when we had the hearing, told us this would severely limit the food options in New Hampshire and can really disrupt our supply chain if we enact these requirements. So for that reason, I would also agree with Representative Sofakidis about ITLing the bill. Thank you.
Representative Potenza?
I think if we're going to talk about anything that has to do with labeling, we could take this down on a local level, since we're already requiring certain labeling of producers here in New Hampshire. So if this was New Hampshire specific and there's someone that is providing pork, it's been since 2018. There's some pork producers that are injecting them with mRNA technology, but I think that would be the only way that this bill would have a place to go, would be if that would just be them having to disclose that if you're purchasing meat from, let's say a butcher that's local, I think
Like
that's
a
the only
local
way.
farm?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Representative Crate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just taking this bill up to 30,000 feet and looking down on it, this is like apples, oranges, and peaches. You got three completely separate things. You're talking labeling, you're talking banning, you're talking all sorts of stuff, all three of which have
I was going to say apples, oranges, and crickets.
crickets. No, you got it. So, but in my mind, none of those three are well thought out, and if nothing happens, no one's gonna die today. So, I'm an ITL for this bill, and if there's something specific we want to work on, crickets or artificial meat or something like that, let's knock ourselves out. But right now, I just think it's like a Frankenstein bill.
Yeah, but I understand the concern of the sponsor of the bill insofar as, wanting to know what's in your food that you're purchasing. And that's a very valid concern. But I also don't know that this is the correct vehicle to do that. And I insofar as talking about labeling, I remember when we went through the whole composting of, the disposable wipes. And there wasn't really anything that we could do as a state to say that, no, on the label, these are not really compostable or flushable. And that, again, becomes a federal labeling issue. And so I don't know that we can dictate what goes on these labels for our state. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is as we did with the disposable wipes, we sent something to the federal delegation asking for them to look into the labeling. And would that be something that this committee could do, to look at and say, you know, we really feel it's necessary that people know if they're having lab-grown meat or something like that? I'm just a question.
I think a letter to the delegation from this committee would be a really good idea to say, you know, from a federal standpoint, we as the New Hampshire House Environment and Agriculture Committee are interested in seeing truth in labeling for the foods that people are consuming. And that if it does contain insects, it should say so. If it does contain lab-grown meat, it should say so. So I think that's a very good suggestion. Any other questions or comments? Okay. Why don't we move on then? Let's see, HB 1565, relative to the sale of homestead food to consumers and local food production. And I wonder if the committee would like to speak on both bills, HB 1685, since they are somewhat the same, just to save time and not rehash the same thing from bill to bill. So why don't we talk about both bills, and just in general the concept of changing the RSAs to be less restrictive for certain food producers in the state, and what that would look like. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. In thinking about this bill, I came to the conclusion that both bills are in the wrong committee. And the reason I say that is, I think it was last session or the session before, we dealt with Homestead Food Act. But that was around the dollar amount in sales, you know, before licensure or inspection or having a license would be invoked. And I think something like that is very much business oriented. It touches on agriculture. And, you know, I felt very comfortable listening to that bill and voting to approve it. This, on the other hand, is a bill that really requires, I think, more scientific information, and I do not feel comfortable passing a bill when I really don't understand and have a lot of knowledge regarding food safety issues. I did read, you know, a gentleman's letter that we got, Mr. Ren Baudouin from Nashua, who is a, you know, taught microbiology and food safety to the nurses at Riviere. And, you know, he was a very good letter, raised some cautionary issues. And it was at that point that I realized I just don't have the expertise. And I don't think this committee does. I think it should be in Health and Human Services.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I respectively, I need to disagree because this committee, one of the purviews of this committee is the food safety division of DHHS. So so basically, if it has to do with food safety, it's this committee's job, and that's in the House rules.
Mm-hmm. Agree. Absolutely. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that if we're going to discuss the two bills together, I would say that that Coulon's bill, 1565, is the better of the two. I think I hear from my constituents that who are in this sort of business that they would really benefit from the expansion. I also think that the labeling that requirements of the USDA is sufficient the fact that you're buying the food directly from the person who cooked it, and the ingredients must be listed according to the USDA requirements, I think is enough to protect the safety or the validity of the food.
Okay, Representative Creighton?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Representative Howard's assessment on the two bills. And I'm not taking credit for this idea. I think, Madam Chair, it was your idea or someone else's, but one of the critical parts to the bill is that it was a safety issue. And in the business that I run, which is a guide business, we serve several hundreds of meals a year to wounded warriors and other folks. We did take the food safe course in preparation for our business, and we modified our procedures based on that course. So I think if you amended this bill to add a food safe course responsibility certificate, whatever, that would, in my mind, alleviate some of that safety issue. Over.
Representative Boschman?
Thank you, Representative Creighton. I hope that's the correct pronunciation. I would like to add to that. I agree with you on that. As a nurse, the one thing here, I totally support all of the people who are making the local food and selling. I mean, this is a great part of New Hampshire, right? This makes us who we are. At the same time, as a nurse, I haven't been fully convinced of the safety of it. And I'm not really sure how we do that. I love this suggestion about the food safety course. But again, I think that it doesn't seem like we have enough expertise here to know exactly what would make it safe. So I'm not sure where that leaves us, but I would suggest that we would get more input before we would pass something like that.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, so I think that I like the concept of being able to produce more homestead foods and have them and distribute on a relatively limited scale. And I think that I like that aspect of both bills. I think that, as other people have pointed out, the food safety part of this is not really here yet. And I don't think that we're going to be able to figure it out in the next week. And I think that this is a good candidate either for a study committee or for an interim study, because I think it'll take us more work to get all the details worked out. We got a letter from the department saying that they would be willing to work with us on it. They are experts, so we can depend on their knowledge and skills to help us craft something that would expand the possibilities for homestead food, but also maintain the food safety end of things.
So here's the deal for me, and before I call on other people. I mean, I have constituents that have farms. Specifically, I'll call out a farm in New Hampshire, in Washington, New Hampshire. And, she has a farm where she produces meat and pork and chicken, and she has a farm store. She sells muffins, she sells cookies, all different kinds of things. She said to me, the food laws are just so they're so weird. She said that how come I can bake a fruit pie, but I can't bake a pumpkin pie. I would really love to be able to sell a chicken pot pie and keep it either in my refrigerator case or in my freezer, or some sort of beef casserole or something, so that, my customers can have like a grab and go dinner. And she said, you know, we slaughter all our meat, USDA facilities, we practice, you know, food safety, and I don't see why we can't sell these different kinds of items. By the same token, I also understand from DHHS's standpoint that they don't want just random people making macaroni salad in their bathtub and selling it. So, I mean, you know, yeah, it's nasty. It's nasty. So, I mean, you know, as long as you label it, yeah. So, I mean, I get the two sides here, and we've got to, I think we need to find some kind of balance between being able to open up the markets for our producers who are just trying to find ways in which to generate more income and satisfy their customers versus people who don't know what they're doing. And I would just like to find some happy medium between everything. And I would be more than willing to do some sort of interim study for it, or see if we can't maybe even do some kind of amendment to the bill to move it forward. Representative Potenza.
So I come from a family that had a restaurant since 1969, my father, and my brother took that over, and he's got 5, and we dabbled in that, myself and my husband, for 5 years. So I'm ServSafe certified. I kept up with that. My husband is. It's a very extensive course, and I think that that is the amendment that could help this bill. And besides that, I'm not really sure. Like, there are tons of people that I know. So, for example, he's a caterer. He works out of his home, but he has like this small commercial kitchen, and you can order meals for a week from him, and they're all hot meals and stuff like that. Of course, he's ServSafe certified. He'll do, you know, he does catering as well as just, you know, meals for people that can order, you know, busy families and stuff like that. So this is already happening, and he falls underneath the purview, but someone else doesn't necessarily, which they would be kind of doing the same thing. So I think that this is an easy fix. I'm very much in support of these bills, and also the problems that happen with food safety. 99% of the time in the state, if you look at the numbers are happening in restaurants. This is not something that's happening in someone's little kitchen. So yeah, I've been in the restaurant business. I lived it my whole life. NATO's Subs, that's my name if anybody's familiar. Yeah, I'm Kelly NATO. So yeah, so I know the space really well, and I think that I think we can strike a balance, and I don't want to kick the can down the road.
Okay, and so I know in either bill, we would certainly have to put in any kind of amendment to include the Department of Revenue, so that, you know, put that language in so that they're not left out of the food and meals to room and meals tax. So that's one amendment that would have to be made along with that. But the other thing is, I know our committee researcher did some work for us and sent out a memo to all of us, which cited how many foodborne illnesses were reported in, I guess, the past 5 years. And I think makes some interesting reading, just so that we're aware of what the incidents are currently. Representative Morse.
Thank you. I think that we need to remember that our job here, first of all, should be the health and well-being of our constituents. So making sure that we are not trying to pass anything that could risk someone's health, I think is critical. I think that looking at studying this a little bit more, seeing how we can amend it to move forward is a good idea. I have concerns about when we're talking about restaurants having the highest risk of contamination. Obviously, that is mostly because of the volume that they are putting out. So when we start to have discussions about opening up for more volume in these small home kitchens, are we going to start to see numbers of contamination and sickness going up in those as well, because we are expanding the volume there? So I just think that it's something that we need to be cautious about. And while I support, you know, small businesses and homeowners trying to make a little extra money, when we start talking about, you know, chicken pot pie that can spoil so easily, and custard pies that have eggs in them if they're not refrigerated properly. And those are the things that, while it might seem silly that you can sell one type of pie and not another, it's really not. There are reasons for those things. So I just think that we should be careful with bills like this and loosening regulations around health and food safety.
Would you think, though, that the folks who would be producing these, you know, chicken pot pie or custard pies, if they were required to take a safe serve course, that they would be more cognizant of how they're handling their food and therefore, in essence, be more safe as a result?
I think very likely, but I think that we also have to take into consideration that if they are in just a home kitchen, if their freezer or refrigerator is not cold enough, if their dishwasher is not hot enough to sanitize, there are so many things that if you're just taking a course, but you're not, you know, in a certified kitchen and all of those things, that we should just be considering.
And yet, I mean, we do have community soup kitchens and community potluck dinners and all that aren't also, you know, not necessarily following best practices.
That's true, but also a lot of those places are insured, you know, for safety and that sort of concern.
Representative Dutsey?
Thank you for segueing into my question, Representative. That was my question, is liability insurance. So, you know, I go to the farm stand and I buy a pot pie and I die of salmonella. Okay. So what kind of liability insurance are we going to require of these, homestead kitchens? Because I don't remember seeing any of that in the bill. Maybe it's an existing law, but, you know, so I would need to know that.
Well, I'm not sure, you know, we're looking at requiring people to hold liability insurance, but certainly if they're labeling their product, saying that, you know, it's an unlicensed kitchen, or whatever the verbiage is, that the consumer is aware of whatever risk they're taking. It's the same
I
as
don't think that's the way the law. I still think you would be able to sue. I mean, because nobody buys a chicken pot pie hoping to die of salmonella, and I don't think they label it like that. I mean, you know, those things happen, and all I'm saying, you know, is, you know, like a lot of people have mentioned here, this is a huge responsibility, and people need to understand that this is a huge responsibility, and so they need to be educated. They need to have liability insurance, because that's not just for them, it's for their customers also if something happens. And I think we treat this whole subject as, you know, Holly homemaker who wants to bake some cookies and, you know, make an extra $100 a week. And this is serious business. And I think that there should be something in the bill, if there isn't already in law, that, you know, indicates that they need to be covered by liability insurance, because this is very serious.
Representative Howard?
I would be willing to work on an amendment that would include the safe service. And I'd like to work with DHHS on that, because they had a lot to say about inspection and stuff like that. So I would want to talk to them about what amendment would work for them. And I think the safe service, safe food service certification would actually be sufficient.
Representative Bixby?
Yeah, I don't think that having just putting in the Serve Safe program would be sufficient. I think that it is necessary, but I think that the issues that Representative Dutsey brought up in terms of liability and how that's dealt with are important. I believe that most farmers markets require their vendors to have liability insurance. And there are also a number of there are a number of different categories of food that are hazardous in one degree or another. So I would be comfortable with with people being able to serve, once they had done the Serve Safe program, chicken pot pies or pumpkin pies or a whole range of other sort of pre-made meals, as long as they know how to keep them safe until they go out the door. But I would not be comfortable with people selling canned low acid foods, because if you typically if you eat if you get a bad meal that is made, that typically a bad chicken pot pie will make you uncomfortably sick for a few days. Typically, a case of botulism will kill you, and there needs to be a distinction there. And so I think there are enough different aspects of this that need to be looked at carefully that we can't put something together in the next week and pass it. I think that we need to do either a study committee or an interim study. I think I would probably prefer the interim study, because we could make sure it happens and we'd control that within our committee, as opposed to hoping the Senate will then pass it on and then hoping that some of us get appointed to the committee. But I could not support passing it with an amendment in the next week. I could definitely support and would be happy to work on an interim study.
Representative Murray, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think to Representative Bixby's point, I'm thinking back to mushroom harvesting and mushroom foraging, which I did work with the department on several years back. And I do concur that I think interim study would be the best path forward to looking at this, to make sure that we have all of those sort of safety. When we're not just talking about HACCP or Serve Safe, we're also talking about records and being able to make sure that those are there for the future, when we know who has, or if they're doing a self-attestation and have completed it, where that information is being kept. So I would agree with that. This is something that not just a very quick amendment could be drafted.
Representative Potenza, you look like you're going to say something.
Let me think about that. So I just wanted to speak to, I'm not sure who said it over there, but maybe it was Dutzy, Representative Dutzy, in regards with liability insurance. I strongly disagree. I think that we are in a space where everybody sues for everything. So if we go around this table right now and ask how many people have had food poisoning, I'm going to be able to raise my hand 4 times. Did I ever sue any of those restaurants where I got food poisoning from? So I think we just have to, I understand balancing safety with also encouraging this private business. But I also don't think that we're going to have people that are going to be utilizing this, making the macaroni out of their bathtub. And by the way, nobody should eat hot dogs ever again. I just wanted to say that on the record. But so I think that we have to be careful. If everybody feels that study's the way, I would love to be able to do an amendment for this and get this pushed through. But but I don't believe that we have to go down a path of liability insurance and all of that other stuff, unless the business falls within those criteria. We're also looking at that goes by size and volume and things like that. So,
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have been talking about things like this for years, and we keep kicking the can down the road. Farmers have to get very creative in how do I say this? Sell their product, donate their product, etc. We are constantly trying to, I understand the food safety portion and the public health, but yet we allow, I believe, and I can be corrected, But I believe that a entity without a commercial license can have 2 to 4 dinners or breakfasts and serve several people at a time with no license and no oversight. I believe that's current law. Is that correct? It is. Thank you. We don't have oversight and regulate bake sales, potlucks. And when you go to somebody to buy a product directly from the consumer, you are assessing everything about that person. You're assessing what they look like, if their home is clean, everything. And I can tell you from an agricultural standpoint that no farmer would ever jeopardize their livelihood by producing something that would harm somebody else, because word travels immediately in this state. And the same thing would go for the homestead cooking. And people are struggling. People are looking for means to make ends meet. And sometimes $100 is all the difference it makes. I am not opposed to a ServSafe certification, but I am thinking that we need to pass something, and if it needs to go to the Senate to be amended, I think that's where it needs to go. But people have the right to buy food from where they want. We just sat here and talked about how we don't want to force people to label our food because it belongs at the federal level. But then we're telling consumers you can't buy food from where you want it and from people you trust. I'm an OTP with amendment.
Okay.
Mic drop.
Representative Howard, you have a comment.
I just wanted to remind everyone that Representative Coulon also wanted this to be part of the New Hampshire offering, the New Hampshire image. It's, he wants it to be out there, wants the agricultural food and offerings to be more prominent.
Representative Morris.
Thank you. So one of the problems that I have with that argument, Representative Comtois, is that you're very selective on which farmers you support. So when we have a room full of organic farmers in here begging for their future, you're not overly supportive of those people. But then you want to shove through a bill that could potentially endanger a lot of people. So I'm just wondering why we continue to hear this sort of hypocrisy of we have
I
to
would
support-
not like to use that kind of language and not to make attacks on each other.
Okay.
Let's see if we can work through this issue without using such verbiage, please.
Okay, I'm just curious then why we would be so supportive of pushing through a bill quickly amended that could potentially harm our constituents, when we don't seem to give that same level of thought to promoting other farmers.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support all farmers. Certified, organic, practicing organic, permaculture, all of them. There are other means. By sitting here and saying because 66 farms will have over 14 months to find another avenue to be certified does not mean I don't support them, because I think that everybody in agriculture, as long as they're helping their soil and making it better, is promoting good management practices for the state of New Hampshire. It is not one farmer versus another. We've gone to NOFA. I go to NOFA events. I support them. And you can sit there and shake your head no at me all day long. But I support agriculture 100% in the state of New Hampshire, no matter what type of farming you're doing.
All right, let's bring this back to the actual bill and the things that were the items in the bill that are of question. And I think I saw some other hands up. Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. You know, we throw away 330 billion tons of food every year. That was the last number that I heard. So it's not, you know, like the consumers of, you know, these foods can't find food someplace else. And I mean, this is clearly not a program that is set up to feed those who do not have access to food. The beneficiaries of this bill are clearly the producers. Okay. And I think we have to keep that in mind and to use the argument to promote this bill. And I do not feel that it is ready for prime time at all. But to say that that consumers are being denied the right to buy what they want just seems to me to be a little disingenuous. Because to be honest with you, I mean, maybe you see it. I have not had one constituent call me and say, gee, I wish I could buy blah, 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 and I can't. Okay, so let's be honest here. This is about the people who are going to create a business. It's not about the consumers. That's my opinion. And I don't think that this is a safe bill.
Representative Bixby.
I would respectfully have to disagree that this is just about the producers. I think that it is actually about a community of people who want to have food that is produced by people they know. And I think that, or people who maybe want a couple of degrees of separation, but essentially it's about wanting to have a locally based food community, and that involves both the producers and the consumers. And I don't think that this is about that the problem with this bill is that is the fundamental model. I think that the problem is that there need to be some things ironed out to make sure that people who are well intended don't end up getting into trouble. And I think that there are some aspects of the bill that are fairly obvious, but I think there are others that I think we really need to work through more carefully with the people from the department who know a lot about food safety. And I think that this would be a really great bill to have before us in a finished form next term.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, ma'am. I want to reiterate what Representative Bixby just said. It is about a community. There's nothing in this bill that says anything about farms. The word farm is not in this bill. It does not distinguish between organic or regular or anything else. So he is right. This is not about farms. This is about a community of folks that want to make and sell and buy food. And I'm fine with the Serve Safe as an amendment, and I would vote for that as an OTP. But I'm also fine with an IS. You know, I'm okay with that to strengthen it. But I just read the bill. It doesn't say anything about farms in here at all. Over.
Representative Knapp.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to second what Representative Bixby and Murray and also a little bit Creighton said. I want to err on the side of the Department of Agriculture's recommendations, and I would also like there to be a pre-cooked meal waiting for me at home that I can pop in the oven when I get home from this. So, so I see the value in it, and I don't want to stand in the way of that, but we have to make this a safe process. The reason we have regulations is to keep people safe. Once upon a time, there were horrible problems around food safety, and this is why we have regulations, right? So we have to be careful when we dial them back. So I am fully in support of the interim study and thinking about ways to make this bill move forward and enable homesteaders to do this work, and also to make sure that we do it in the safest way possible. Thank you.
Representative Suffolkitis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that perhaps this bill came because during the pandemic, we saw bluntly how supply chains could be destroyed. And we need to have food that comes from our area. We have a rich agricultural history in this state, and anything that can marry that to bring us more healthy food from where we live. And I have to admit, my godmother, who's Greek, call her and say, could you feed 750 people tomorrow for dinner? And she would say, yeah, let me just take something out the freezer. Because there's a lot of people who are really good cooks, and we're not giving them enough credit, because there's going to be bad apples everywhere. Somebody's going to make a mistake. Mostly it'll be an honest mistake or whatever. But hopefully we're strong enough to overcome this. We had a long period when we were trying to decide if it was legal to buy raw milk. And you would have thought that we were asking to give up our firstborn child for raw milk. So we get funny about food until we don't have any. And for these people who are trying to make money or to save their property, I mean, last year people got a huge property tax increase. So maybe these nanas are trying to make up that money. We won't know, but I just think that we have to foster and cherish every single food source that we have. So I'd say OTP with amendment.
Thank you. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we should move to interim study. That's what I would support. I want to echo a couple of things Representative Morse said. First of all, we have to have the balance. I absolutely agree with the intent of the bill, but we have to have a balance. When we had Commissioner Jasper here with us last session talking about, there were a couple of bills, right, that had to do with kind of changing regulations regarding apple inspections, changing regulations regarding seed inspections. And one of the things the commissioner said was that, and these were his words, and you can hear him saying it as soon as is that he resented implications that the regulations weren't put there for a specific reason, right? That legislators had simply kind of picked a number out of a hat. And so that regulations are in place because they're a response to something that happened at some point, right? So, and so for that reason, I think it is important for us to promote this cause, but to do so in a way that keeps in mind that regulations do exist for a reason. And the other point that Representative Morse made that I'd like to second is that, and I've only been here for a year, but I haven't yet heard us make the suggestion that we should pass a bill that we're not good with the idea that it's going to be amended on the other side of the wall. That's not an argument that I have heard anyone make with regard to any of our other legislation. So that's the reason why I support interim study. Thank you.
Well, and kind of don't want to go against our animal cruelty statutes and beat this dead horse any longer. So I'm going to say that we are discussion's pretty much done around these two bills. And let's see if we, I don't know if we can come up with any kind of amendment between now and next week. If not, I'd be fine with interim study on this too. And I want to make it very clear for this committee, when we say interim study, that doesn't mean a dignified death. It means that we will study it and we will come up with a solution and present some kind of legislation that is beneficial for the next term. So just for the record, interim study for this committee doesn't mean that it's just going to go away and die somewhere. With that, I guess we're done for today. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so would it be, in order to bring up one of the bills we were discussing last week?
We have a little bit of time, so why not?
So I had a chance to talk to our city manager about the bill that was in response to the nutrients going into Great Bay and the need to follow the EPA permit regarding whether a sewer plant needs to be upgraded, et cetera. And one of the things so I got a bit more of the history, which I'm not going to rehash right now. But one of the things that I got from him was that this is in fact a real problem, that the Department of Environmental Services has been better at stepping in between the EPA and the municipalities in the last 3 or 4 years, but that what might really help is if rather than the federal EPA issuing permits for water quality, if that's something that was delegated to the state DES, because that would give DES, they'd still have to follow the same laws, but they would be able to recognize more readily what the communities need and be able to work out better accommodations. So we might want to amend that bill to study making DES a delegated authority, and also study possibilities for DES to be able to provide more municipal aid funding to communities that need assistance in meeting those guidelines. So I think we might want to see if we can make that into a study committee. And the other thing is that bill, that really would be under the purview of resources, not under our committee. So if we can write that, if we can maybe talk with
Representative Renzullo.
yes, and see if he'd be willing to be in support of such an amendment of a study committee, and perhaps provide some personnel for it, then that would be very helpful.
Okay, sounds like a plan. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support Representative Bixby's request. I do want to make sure that we, in whatever direction we proceed, that the department is obviously brought in, because I just want to make sure that they would feel like they had the bandwidth to do such a thing versus where it is now. So I could definitely support a study committee that would wrap in both resources and environment and agriculture.
Go ahead, Representative Bixby.
Yeah. Part of the reason for doing that as a study committee is to be able to get their input. And the other thing is that it's also the sort of bill that would probably make sense to go in the first year of the term, because it's going to have a budget impact. DES would need more personnel for that, and that's the sort of thing that would need to be considered in terms of the budget.
Yeah, sounds right. Okay. Very good. All right, well, I bid we adjourn. I'm gonna gavel us out and hope you have a good rest of the evening. Thank you all for your attention. Well, that was fun.